Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Thank you.
Adapen just resubbed for 54 months. Good morning.
How's it going? Starting a new FM run. Oh man, the Gordo run. That was the dream run. This is, I've picked like every single league in the world. This is going to be pretty bonkers. We're doing another journeyman career. See how it goes. Just thinking who to play as, that's the question. Who do I want to be? Who am I? Well, I mean, I am him for sure. But who shall we play? So, oh, did they get promoted? Where's Bordeaux? Where is Bordeaux? Weird. Could start unemployed. I was thinking about that. Oh, FC Girondin. Am I going mad? can't see them. Oh, it's National 2. I mean, SC Ashdod is right there. Start unemployed.
Excuse
I
me,
think something's
sir,
happening.
but it's time to goose.
The Warney Uno just resubbed for 36 months.
Thank you. Pretty sure something's happening? I don't know what. Has it crashed? Oh no, it's just thinking. This is a new run. This is not FM26. I am not playing that. I'm playing the one that I know is actually decent and works. Oh. Let's wait for the job offers to come rolling in. You refunded 26? Wow. What's UTC? Is that a club in Uruguay? I don't know. I've never managed in South America. Do I want to answer a question? Yeah, sure. What's up? Are you open to working abroad? Yeah. No, I've never had a job, and they're asking me, "Hello, Mr. Manager, are you open to taking a job abroad?" Sure, I'm unemployed. I just think it's sad that they. I don't really understand how they fucked it up so badly. So a lot of the people on this subreddit, which is a pretty unpleasant read because it's just a lot of really angry people. They have these theories, and one of the theories is that they wanted to focus on making one version of the game that was for console and PC, had the same UI and was much easier to maintain. And I think they wanted to aim the game at everybody, not just the hardcore FM fans who don't mind staring at a screen like this. But console players will be like, is something wrong? Is it broken? Do you know what I mean? Because look at it. There's nothing on this screen. Like, it's pretty horrible. But if you play FM, you know exactly what this means, and you're fine with that. Because the simulation is just a very spreadsheety, numbery simulation, and poring over figures and data and numbers and stats and career history, and that's part of the game. But apparently they've kind of obfuscated a lot of that data and tried to make it more flashy, single pane, much simpler, and that says to me that they want people to play it on a phone or a console or whatever, rather than a PC. Like, they're trying to make it more, accessible, I guess. I think the stupidest thing about that for me is that he always talks about how FM24, what did he say? It's so 20 million people have played FM24, something insane. Some insane number like that? Was it 20 million? It's a huge number of people. This game is popular all over the world. It's a huge, huge seller. And they've we should make this appeal to more people. Don't be greedy. You already have the number one and best football management game on the market. Just keep making that the best you can. Don't think, hey, you know what we need to do is alienate our entire core fan base in the hope that maybe we'll get popular with the FIFA crowd. I think, in fact, that one of the things that people like about FM is that it doesn't look like a computer game. It looks like just a pure football nerd spreadsheet thing. And I think for some people that's awesome. Championship Manager, Davey, Championship Manager was Football Manager. Championship Manager became Football Manager. There were not two. It was the same game. Has he actually? Damn, that's a shame. West Brom? Really? Shit, we might stroll into a championship job. Are you serious? There was a game called Ultimate Soccer Manager 98. Oh shit, Huddersfield and Dundee. I do have no losses, that is correct. Surely we don't get offered a job. Huddersfield or West Brom are both much bigger clubs than we deserve. I think I set my manager, though, to have national reputation. So, like, I'd played football in the country. So this is like, you know, I'm a retired pro. Like, I don't know, fucking Steven Gerrard, not quite that level, but someone that people would recognise. Oh, he scored that goal in the FA Cup semi-final against Man U, didn't he? Yeah, gosh, what a goal that was. He'd be a great manager. Ultimate Soccer Manager is abandonware? Really? It is a really bad game. There it is. It was dreadful. But you could expand the ground and stuff like that. Abandonware. You won't be sacked no matter how badly you're managing the team. There is a mega update pack, which updates it to the 2000-2001 season. Did they go with someone else, those cocks? They actually went with someone else. Those motherfuckers. Who'd they go with? They still haven't got a manager. Oh no. Richard... No, that's under 21s. Huh. So it's still out there. Alright. I guess? It's still out there? Am I missing something? No, I haven't. I have not played the new FM, and I don't intend to. Man. The interview is on the 11th. Oh, it's the 15th. Oh, they might take a few days to think about it. I wouldn't take the Southampton job if you offered it to me with £1 billion. Actually, I'd take that. £1 million bonus. I wouldn't take that. Man, West Brom's still managerless. Which team do I hate the most, so I would never manage them? There's a few. There are a few. I really, really hate Chelsea. I hate Gillingham, Southampton, Portsmouth, Reading. I would never manage Man City. Yeah, that's probably about it. Get the Man City team relegated without getting fired. I don't think that's possible. If you came in very late in the season and they asked you to battle bravely against relegation, it's possible. But in the old FMs, you could something that people used to do, not me, obviously. But before the editor came in, if you just wanted to fuck around and cheat, you could add 2 managers. One manager was your actual manager. The other one was just like a gimp that worked for you. And all that other manager did was sell you their players for like £1. So you'd go to Man U and you'd say, hello, manager 2, who's also me. I would like to buy David Beckham for £1. And they go, yes, absolutely. The board wouldn't come in and say no because they didn't have that coded in yet. So you could just completely gut a team, move them all to your team for nothing. That was quite fun. I'm still waiting on these dickheads. The favourite is Russell Martin. The other bug that there used to be was that if you went to a club and offered money for a player and they accepted, you'd offer like 500 million and they would accept. And then you'd go in and adjust that offer back to £1, it still considers it accepted. It was like there was obviously just a flag that got ticked that said offer accepted, but it didn't update that flag when you changed the offer. So you could get the best players in the world as long as they were interested in signing for you. In the old FMs, there were so many players that would just not leave. You would go to them and say, hey, I want to sign you for £1 billion a week. And they'd be like, I couldn't leave. It was weird. My favourite FM is FM12, and I've thought about going back to it. That was a really fun FM. That was the one I have the most hours in, is FM12. Just reading that. So, Europa Universalis 5 came out glowing reviews. Everyone was like, holy shit, at launch, this is one of the best Paradox games. I said that myself. I was like, this is so great. There's so much to do. It's so much fun. And then as they've been patching stuff, they've been breaking it worse and worse and worse, to the point where now people are like, why did they change this? You know, what's happening? Like, one of the things that they, at release, professional armies were good, but they weren't like as good as they should be. Like, you could levy a bunch of lads and they would be not as good, but still pretty good against a professional army. Which doesn't make a huge amount of sense, because if you have a professional army that's drilled and equipped with the best equipment for the era, they should be kicking ass. But they didn't. And there were just a few other things, like, I feel like, especially early on, cavalry was so powerful. And if the enemy has no cavalry, which they wouldn't if they're just levies, that should the whole thing for me was I would levy troops. I would have professional troops that I couldn't get by levying. And then they'd adjusted it so that essentially one stack of professionals that were drilled could kill thousands and thousands and thousands of levies with no loss to themselves. So you could have a stack of like 3k professionals would kill a 20k stack of levies with no loss, or like no loss at all, which is obviously stupid. So then they've tried to fix that and everything. But I just feel like they had this thing that was working, and then the tinkering that they've come in with has actually made it much worse. Yeah. What's a FM12? What's so good about it? Honestly, the match engine felt really fun. There were a couple of busted things about it. It was very easy to score from corners. But I thought the match engine was really good. I did a blog for my mates. This was before I did YouTube or anything like that. Where I would blog in great detail our seasons. I was at Bournemouth starting in League One. And that was back in FM days, before all the retired superstars would just go to the Saudi League and retire there. They would just be on free transfers. So you could get like Rivaldo and Ronaldo playing for Bournemouth in League One or the Championship because they still wanted to play. And now that they're 37 and their physical stats are lowered, you could just pick them up. And it was just fun because they were cheap and you had Rivaldo on your team. And it was like, this is cool. Back when FM was just a little bit of a laugh. You could still like have new owners come in and you could have better ground, but there wasn't the sort of... This was before the player interaction bullshit, so you didn't have to deal with them saying, why'd you let that under 18s player that had never played before and was shit, why'd you let him go? We think you treated him unfairly. You know, that kind of wank. That wasn't in the game. The media stuff, I think, was either not in the game or was very little. It was just fun, you know? It was just like FM before they added all the shit on. That now they're stuck with. And now people... I think if they had said, we're doing away with press conferences, player interactions, and all that kind of, you know, squad dynamics, we're doing away with all of that. That's how we're going to save time. We're going to have international management, league management, new match engine, new tactics overhaul. But the Roasu Kumamatu. Okay, God, West Brom still haven't taken anybody. Or Huddersfield. It's been 2 weeks. It is very paradox, isn't it? But yeah, I honestly think I've watched streams of FM25 and 26, I should say, and I've read all the reviews and I've seen everything that people have to say about it and how they buggered it up, and it's remarkable how incompetent they've been. I think they should fire Miles Jacobson, and they should get some more people in that know how to make a game in 2025. Not a guy who's been around forever, and essentially I think a lot of his ideas and his way of making games and what he knows about programming is from fucking the 90s. If he ever even was a programmer, I don't know. Maybe he could program back then, but I doubt he knows. They had to hire people to code in Unity. They didn't know how to use Unity, the most used platform for making games in the world that there's possibly ever been. And they're like, oh God, we'll have to hire some people that know how to do that. It's pretty poor. Right, we didn't get the Swansea job. We applied for the Huddersfield job. I will not apply for the Southampton job. I refuse. We'll play the waiting game. We'll let the jobs come to us. We don't need to go chasing around. You don't blame him for getting someone to use Unity. Oh, Huddersfield. Or West Brom. West Brom. Yep. Yeah, we got fucking hired. Straight into the championship. Hell yeah. Reached the playoffs. Holy shit. Flax, best tactic yet? Looks like the one for me. Staff responsibility. Caleb Taylor on loan at Wickham. Very, very highly rated. Tom Fellows could also be quite good. Is he at the club? He is. Excellent. Is this lad at the club? He is not. Loans may not be cancelled within the first 28 days. Well, we'll be getting him back. Don't you worry about that. Set pieces, schmet pieces. I just feel like everything that I want to find out, I haven't played it. Everything that I'm gonna have to change the fucking title because everyone's asking. Oh fuck me! I pressed the wrong button. Oh, for Christ's sake. Should update. There we go. So we're coming in, by the way, at the start of the season. This is wild. The key to player interactions is never speak to them. You may not realize that that's the case. Never speak to them. Never ever speak to the players. I've turned off attribute masking, by the way, so that we don't have to fanny about. V. Javino. Excellent. This guy looks like he'd be pretty handy. Who have we got at the moment? Let's have a look at the club. Dyke. Or DK, hopefully. Let's call him DK. 24-year-old American Daryl Dyke. He is shit. Wallace? Jed Wallace. He looks good. Grady Diangana. Not as good. Then we've got Alex Mowat. Jason Molumby. And John Swift. Frabotta. Gianluca Frabotta. Holgate. Mason Holgate. Fair. Ajayi. Okay. Furlong. Yeah. Darnell Furlong and Josh Griffiths. Huh. Not too shabby. I don't know if we need to spend a huge amount of money. Mattia Di Sciglio on loan from Juventus. Maybe someone that's really good in the air. I don't care where they play. Who's out there? Who's out there for me? This big Chilean lad. Great in the air. Sam Vokes. Ex-Bournemouth. That guy's pretty good, actually. As one for next time. I like the look of this lad. His mentals are not great. He's just kind of a physical lump. Christian Flocky Finnbagason. A big Icelandic boy. Finnbogason. Flaxball. Ben Cabango. That's a hell of a name. Tackling, heading, bravery, strength. Damn. And he's only 24. I want Mr. Cabango, please. We're going to kick our way out of the championship. That's the plan. Who's this lad? Michael Smith. God damn. Michael Smith has all the stats we need for Flaxball. This guy is unstoppable in the air. 17, 17, 15, 15. How much do you want for him? Now, clear this, clear this, clear this, clear this, clear this, clear this. We want fullbacks. What have you got for me in a fullback?
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Thank you.
Chef just resubbed for 57 months. Football crazy. Football mad. He's been managing football since he was a little lad.
That's funny. Right, in terms of attributes, from a fullback, we need stamina, crossing, and anticipation around 14. Let's see what you've got. You got anything? Harry Toffolo. He's a good all-rounder. Lucas Lima, hard working. On loan from Troyes. Who's that? I'm going to guess. Yogscast.
Yogscast traded with 188 viewers.
Thank you. Lasse Schluter? Yeah, I can play as left back or left wing back. I am an uncapped German player. Available on a free transfer if you so desire. Who was that lad? He was 33-year-old Norwegian. Look at his fucking stats. Corners, crossing. Oh my god, this guy. Yeah. A midfielder who can actually put his head on ball. No one. Oh, 4. Here we go. Ibrahima Seck. 34-year-old Senegalese lad. Beast. Colisacco. No. Ricardo Baggio. What? Jesper Sandberg. The big Norwegian. He's shit, but he's really good in the air. Might be Mr. Seck here. Very brave, very aggressive. Right, those are my lads. Andy Codes Webb. Oh, a goalie's a decent shout, actually. That is a decent shout. Yeah, he did look a bit shit, didn't he? What have you got in a goalie? I'm after a goalie. Muhammad Sengazer. No. Martin Hansen. Danny Ward. Samir Ujkani. Nicholas. Brad Guzan. No, not bad Brad. Fernando. Davy Ruff. Luigi Seppe. Scott Carson. Meh. Bit old. William Dutoit. No. Vino Bartlett. No. Heinz Lindner. 9. Sayuba Mande. Eccentricity 18. That's a no. What about on loan? Oh, Asimir Begovic. I did. I absolutely did make my manager 7 foot tall. He's not interested. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Huh. Wayne Hennessy. He's not bad. Cheap. Oh shit, who's our current goalie? Oh. Josh Griffiths? Oh yeah, these guys are both shit. Gabriel Slonina. This lad. Oh, he's on loan from Brentford, I was going to say. Diego Calai, a Brazilian, 20-year-old Brazilian. Sam Vesterveld. Adam Davies, 32. Sam Tickle. Sam Tickle. That's a great name for a goalie. Oi, Tickle! Oi, Mr. Tickle! That's what he'd be yelling from behind the goal. Lasso Rice? Mark Gillespie. Marcus Bettinelli. This is tough. Honestly, this guy's not bad. It's like average. Alex Rojas Fedorushenko. What a name. I keep coming back to this guy. Get a few years out of him. His agility isn't great. His reflexes aren't great. But he's just decent. But nah, 32. Lasse Reese could become someone. Yeah. Yep. Hawk Tour, please cast your eyes downward to the bottom of the screen where there is a title. Read it, understand it, comprehend it, believe it. That's cool. Generally, when a building is on fire, you don't walk in. That's my attitude to FM26 right now. When the building stops burning, even if it's just smouldering, I might. But at the moment, it's fully ablaze. Pictures of Jennifer's body. Ugh. So, as I understand it, they'd been developing FM25, which was meant to be the sequel to this, for years, like several years, working on moving over to the Unity engine and everything. It wasn't like... Hold on, let me handle this. This guy's not bad, you know.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Right, exactly. They don't want to sell Ben Cabango? We'll see about that. La Cerise. Ah, he's shit. So stupid. So stupid. So in summary, I go in, I make a request. How much do you want for that player? Just inquiring. No, we're not interested. All right, how about I make you an offer at the market value he was advertised at? Yes, that's acceptable. So what was the point in the inquiry, bozo? But yeah, so they were making FM26 for a while. Apparently they were really struggling with the Unity stuff. Brought in some external people who knew how to do Unity. And they were trying to recreate FM as it had been for 20 years in Unity. And apparently they brought in some company to do the UI and everything like that, and like it was like a big thing. And then they were gonna release it on the usual time, and then they were like, "Oh wait, no, it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. Give us till March." And everyone was like, "Okay, sounds good." And then March comes around and they're like, "We decided not to release FM25. It'll be back as FM26. We apologize. Don't worry. It's gonna be fine. Worth the wait. We've got to get it right." And then FM26 comes out and it's a fucking disaster. It's the 7th lowest rated game in Steam history. How? I mean, honestly, all they needed to do was surely just get the match engine. Like all the stuff, all these screens, all the UI, we were all fine with that. Right? I love looking at this. I want this. I don't want the FM25 UI, which looks like shit and opens up things in new boxes. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Apparently they didn't even fucking have the continue, but like spacebar to continue. It's like, who made this? It's like they hired a whole new company to make FM. I don't get it. Do I think it's a franchise killer? They've got so much time. They've got all the licenses. There's no one else out there making a football management game. I did think that what I would like to do, like genuinely, is make a football management game, but it's like much less realistic. The match engine is like pixel graphics, and just gives you like it's just much more of a laugh. Like the ball scrum in the area, there's like mud flying everywhere, like that. I think I would like that. Far more bonkers stuff. Just roll it back to the old school. You know what I mean? Apparently 25 was supposed to be a WhatsApp style UI. No way. Goal!
That was liquid football.
All I'll say is this, right? Out of the Park Baseball has been around for years. Years and years. And they have stuff in that game that I would fucking kill for in Football Manager. Things like the game recognizing that something interesting has happened statistically, either in one of your games or one of the other games in your league. Where it would say things like, something remarkable happened today at, the baseball ground. Which is the old Derby County ground, I think was the baseball ground. Was it Derby? And it would pop up and say, legendary striker so-and-so scored his 300th goal for the club. You'd be like, wow, cool, that's awesome. But then it would also say things about you, like, this is your, you now haven't conceded a goal in X minutes of play, but it'll say that about other teams as well, not just you. So you feel more connected to the world and the league. And you'll get these little storylines, like players will come to you and say they want to set up a charity. And you can go and invest to start the charity with them and all, through the club and all that kind of stuff. And there's just all these little moments that happen. Funny little stories about the players, hurt themselves on holiday, that kind of thing. That just adds a bit of character. But it also, your status and players' statuses as legends of the game or disasters are part of the game's feedback. Like, it tells you. Like, it just feels more genuine. The stuff that pops up in this, it's like, did you guys not... Why is no one making a big deal about the fact that I've won the title 4 years in a row with this club, which had previously never won it? Why aren't I one of the club legends now? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. It feels petty to concern yourself for that kind of stuff. But you think, is anyone paying attention? Out of the Park Baseball is a much simpler game. The simulation for the actual baseball is terrible. Like, it looks like arse. But yeah, in this, I feel like if the match engine had just been glitzier and fancier and cooler, and the crowds were better and the stadiums were better, and like I've always said, that why isn't there like more noise, more from the crowd? But it's just kind of a bit basic, isn't it? They don't want me to sign Vega Hedenstad. I'd like to appeal, please. I don't know. I feel like they really could have done something cool, and the fact that they couldn't even make the game is in time is pretty damning. Oh wow, Sheffield start on -2. I wonder why. What'd they do? Financial irregularities? Ah, financial mismanagement, 2 points. Yeah, he ain't doing shit. Where's Obabango? This is the guy I want. Look at this guy. Kyle Bartley. Didn't he used to play for Bournemouth? No. Kind of a different guy. So this is with the FM Labs match engine. Oh, Grady Diangana. This is with the FM Labs match engine, the new one, the .4 one. So this is not the default match engine. So as I understand it, physical stats are not as important as they were in the base game. And apparently, using stats like Gegenpress and stuff like that isn't just an auto win because you will just knacker your players up. Ref! Oh, Cabango, that's terrible! Oh, luckily he shot. Okay. Oof. Turn, hit it! Oh.
Must have a foot like a traction engine.
Goal! Ref! Oh, Jesus. So apparently shouts do nothing and never have. Apparently. Oh, how did he miss that? Oh. Well in. There is a there are a bunch of mods for FM24, I think because they opened it up and just said, look, we can't make 25, so we'll let the modders drag us all the way to 26. So for like a couple of years, there have been all these mods coming out. There's one that adds commentary, like I think it's probably uses AI. And it's like, you know, audio commentary, live commentary of the game. Which sounds hilarious, but I don't know if it actually works. Had a real panic this morning. I had to find some old documents about home insurance and stuff, like old. And whilst finding them, I obviously pulled out some old letter I hadn't opened. And I'm rummaging and and the old letter, I opened it thinking it had just arrived. And it said, the payment details for your car insurance are out of date and you haven't got in touch with us to tell us to update them. So we've cancelled your car insurance. In a panic, I was like, oh shit. And I go to call them up, and as I'm on the phone with them, I realise the letter is from 3 years ago. Panic over. Oh, great move. 23, Red. 23. Today, right? Okay. So it should be here any minute. Should be here now. Well in. Oh, you've got to use that. No, that's not the case, Hob. As I just said, I don't know, maybe you didn't listen to the whole story. The letter was old, meaning that it was no longer relevant, that I had sorted this out years ago. God, both our centre backs are on a red, on a yellow. He's there. Oh, he's done it. Jesus. Bosh. I am matey at Potato. I can't wait for the next episode. I've really been enjoying Pluribus. Oh, Smithy scored on his debut. What a signing by this brilliant young manager, PFlax. Burnley, in this era, you know, Burnley have just been relegated the previous season, I guess. So we've gone to their place and absolutely put them in the bin. Yeah, Pluribus, if anyone hasn't seen it, it's a show about... This is in the first 5 minutes, so I'm not spoiling anything here. SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, picks up a signal, and they're looking at it, and it's clearly artificial. And they're trying to figure out what it is, and they're trying to decode it, and then they look at it, and they realize that it's actually a DNA sequence. And some scientists in a lab decide to recreate this DNA sequence and inject it into bunny rabbits or guinea pigs or something and see what the heck. All behind, you know, lab conditions and everything. This is the only part of the show that I actually have a problem with. Is the precautions that they take and the level of security at the lab is not what I would expect for something this massive. Because this would be done in the most secure lab imaginable. They would specially secure this lab with like multiple layers, security guards, no one gets in, no one gets out. If anything happens, it is 100% locked down. Like, it would be much more like that. And instead, they've just got some bozos in a lab that looks like it's like, you know, one of those labs for DNA testing for those ancestry at home kits or whatever. Someone gets bitten, they immediately contract whatever is in this thing, and they begin spreading it. And the way you spread it is pretty much just kissing people, or that's the initial way. And then, after a little while, an awful lot of people are getting taken over by this thing, and they're all working together now. And then Rhea, I can't remember her last name, Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul, is out in a car park with her partner, and they notice that in the sky the planes are going over, the contrails are all perfectly straight, and they're like, what the heck is going on? And what they're doing is dropping the chemical across the entire world. And what it does when you get it is you become part of a hive mind. That's the setup. So the setup for the show is that a virus has infected the entire planet. And there's only a handful of people who are unaffected. They don't know why, but Kim Wexler is one of them. So it's like, imagine living in that world. And the interesting thing is that it's stuff like, if you're talking to one of them, you're talking to all of them. So that the sort of the one that you're talking to knows everything that all the other ones do, and knows everything in insane detail. So let's say I need to get a plane and go from A to B. What I do is the nearest body to the airport walks onto the plane and is able to fly a plane as well as the best pilot on the planet, because they've got all the shared information. If someone dies, they retain the information of the dead person. So it's like this collective memory and knowledge of the entirety of humanity now exists in the minds of all human beings. And it's a great system because you can't knock out part of it and they lose a bit. It's all just retained in the sort of psychic hive mind. That's the setup for the show, which is a fantastic idea. Thank you.
Hound rated with 26 viewers.
I love this news article. Flax wouldn't send the team out to hurt the opposition. Oh, Scott Parker is the manager. Scott Parker. Imagine that. Imagine being Scott Parker. They're not evil. They're really nice to her. They're like, Carol, whatever you need, we're here for you. But she's like kind of a grumpy character. I started unemployed, and before the season had even started, West Brom swooped in and snatched me up and said, "This is our guy. He's never managed a football team in his life. Get him." They know what they want. It would appear so. Look how nice this UI is. Everything I've seen about the FM25 UI, it's impossible to get the information you want. This is nice and clean. If I want to find out something, I can just click on it. You know what I mean? That didn't used to be the case. I'm tempted to do an FM12 save, although, if I remember rightly, the last time I played it, it was really pretty fucking dated. But I loved it at the time. I honestly feel like that engine, I scored a lot more goals that I hadn't seen before. Like real bonkers goals that you would see like once in a career. Amazing sort of volley from 40 yards sort of thing. Like really cool stuff. In a way that in other match engines, I just feel like they've kind of trimmed down the cool factor. There is a version of this match engine that you can play, which is arcade. I haven't gone for that one. But yeah, I feel like if I did try to play FM12 again, I'd be like, ah, yikes, this is actually fucking garbage. But it was fun to play FM12 because you think about the players that were around in FM12. It was a lot more, there's a nostalgia there for that era of player as well. The original FM's Championship Manager it was back then, I used to play at university, was just so much fun. Holy shit. We have 4 available ESC places. Allocate. Appeal. Yeah. Get these lads in. Ashdod magic. Yeah, apparently 26 FN 26 is a disaster. It is. If you look for, I've actually got it in my library. I didn't even know I had it. I guess I bought it in some moment of weakness, or someone. I don't know if someone gifted it to me or what, but I really don't remember buying this. It is mostly negative. 5783 reviews, mostly negative. That is bad. 13,000 reviews in all languages, and you end up at mostly negative. That is really bad. And it feels, apparently people are like, you know, they digging around in the files and everything. It just feels like they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Yeah, the Guardian review was 4 out of 5. It's like, mate, did you even play this? I feel like if you're reading a mainstream source like a newspaper or something for your games reviews, you're not a gamer. Like I don't want to, you know, be all sort of gatekeepery about it. Wait, why is this mostly our... Oh no, this lad's 15. Oh wow, okay, yeah, we really are picking prospects here. But I don't want to put any of our guys that are... Yeah, these guys are not youth prospects. What are you doing, assistant manager? Look at this lad's face! Who was that lad we just signed? Fucking forgotten his name already. Hedenstad. Get him in. Warm him up. Sec. That's him. Static noise? What static noise? Hang on, I'm going to listen. Static noise? What static fuck, noise? What is that? Hang on, I'm going to listen. Static noise? Hang on. What fuck, noise? What is that? Now you're going to hear an echo, hold on. That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. No, it's not fixed. What happened was I unplugged the microphone. The fuck is that? Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test. Test, 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 test. Test. Test, test, test. Good one, Katawi. Could it be this? Test, test. Could it be this? Test, test. Is that making me way, way, way quieter? I don't feel like it is. Let me just check. Test, 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 test. Is that... Have I now made myself really quiet by some chance? I'm gonna listen back. Have I now made myself really quiet by some chance? I'm gonna listen back. Have I now... Have you guys noticed that my audio level is way lower? So that's the sort of audio boost, if you like, for me. So if I turn that back up, it's going to come back. Hold on, just listen. So if I turn that back up, it's going to come back. Hold on, just listen. If I turn that back up, it's going to come back. Just listen.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Tatered Monk just resubbed for 89 months.
Let's try rebooting it. Give me a sec here. Try that. Oh. Try that. There we go. Oh. So the lead was resting on a power cable. That's what it was. I knew I recognized that weird sound. If you have a power cable resting on, like, an audio cable, it can interfere with the audio cable. And it sounds like that. It's like a weird sort of like frequency, like a buzz. So I think the cable that goes from the mic to the preamp was resting on some mains power lead, and that was causing interference. But let me know if that sounds fine to me now. Let me just listen back again real quick. And that was causing interference. But yeah, that's all it was. Okay, excellent. Am I Here is his name. Can hope so, son. Oh, not a penalty, please. So quite wee lads here. I know we've sent out the youth team, but I'm hoping they're full-grown adults. Olay. Will we keep Semenyo? Apparently not. Apparently one of the reason that he signed the contract extension with us was because there's like some minimum fee, blah blah blah, so someone will come in free. I can imagine someone like Man U or someone come, or maybe Newcastle maybe coming in and grabbing him, because he's so good. But if we lose him, it's going to be hard to replace. I see Kirkez, who Liverpool signed, has not really been doing the biz for them, has he? The left back. I think quite often you'll have a player that looks really good because of the tactics and the team around him that just suits that player, and the manager knows how to use them best. And people think, oh, he's doing really well, we'll sign him and play him in a completely different way and expect him to be the same. And of course he's not. Nah, Liverpool have just kind of fucked, aren't they? It started so well. I told Ali at the start of the season, there's no way Arsenal will win the league. They will always bottle it. And this was after a few weeks and Liverpool were doing well. I was like, there's no way that Liverpool are going to fucking slack off. They're too good. And bam, they look like hot garbage. I mean, they're going to fire Slot, aren't they? I agree they're not much of a step up, Jacko, but the point is that's not the way players think. Players are like, bigger club, more money. Like, Bournemouth has 12,000 seater, 13,000 seater ground. Or you could play at crumbling Old Trafford or St. James's Park in front of fucking tens and tens of thousands with a team that's got tons of money. I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that's the way they think. Or you might even go abroad. And as usual, because we're a smaller club, they'll get him for 60 million, 65 million. It's bullshit. Have you seen that stupid video where someone convinces their old grandmother that they're watching the news, but it's actually Grand Theft Auto 5? It's so funny. She's like, oh my god! And there's like a car flying down a hill and flipping over and over, and like some guy with a bazooka. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, yeah, he could. You know, I feel like if he had had one good season, like we've had this before, where players had a good season with us, and then clubs believed the hype and signed them, like that. Josh, what was it? Josh King, right? Josh King had a season with us where he scored like 18 goals in the Premier League or something insane like that. I think he went to Everton, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, this guy's so good. He's really fast and he's got great finishing and cool head and everything," and then he never did anything else. Just had a good season. Just one of those crazy right time, right place seasons. Oh, Jonathan. John-a-thon, actually. Yeah, Kirk is like... Semenyo has done it. consistently. Against big and small clubs, he's looked really good. Clearly our best player. So I think signing him, any club you'd think would sign him, but he doesn't have the pedigree of, like, I don't think he's a Pep signing, although he has signed players from us previously. Nathan Ake, for example. He was so good for us, Nathan Ake. What a player. The sad thing is, it is sad being a smaller club because, oh, fuck off. Because things like that happen. Because you know you're never going to hold on to your best players. You know that a manager who's with you is looking at other clubs. You're just a test bed. You're literally just a training ground for the big teams. And they're like, you know, we'll lose at the end of this season. Like we did last year, we lost a bunch of our best players, right? Or, you know, what were great for us. We'll lose them. We'll lose Semenyo, and then we'll lose the gaffer in the summer, and it's just... You just have to hope that the board doesn't bring in another Scott Parker to fill a hole. Please God. We don't need Ryan Reynolds. We've got Bill. Billionaire American guy who owns like 7 football teams. What the fuck was that? The fuck was that? Who was that? Ryan Reynolds ain't got nothing compared to my guy. Oh, it might have been. That is so poor. That is so very, very poor. Holy crap. Oh no, fuck off! Oh, he did fuck off. Excellent. I told him to do that, Smithers. Is he here? Is he here, or is he just outside? Alright. But has he got the food? Is he ready to deliver? Go, Swifty. Really, Sir Linda? Is this a joke? Oh! Where are you seeing this? Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Gosh. No record of eruptions. That's pretty cool. Huh. Well done, team. Mrs. F's been to Ethiopia for work. How crazy is that? This guy's garbage. She said that everyone there was really lovely, like really lovely people. Obviously a very poor country, but you know, she was in the capital, so it wasn't like she wasn't like out in the middle of nowhere. But everybody there was like, "Oh, your first time in Ethiopia, you know, welcome. What do you think of it?" Like they're really interested. Like a lot of countries, I think, that have a reputation that they want to mend as just being poor and everything like that. You know, if you were Ethiopian, in the minds of a lot of people, that's the starving country, right? Especially if you're my age, you think of Ethiopia as just being starving people, because that's all it was for like the whole of my childhood. Was just we were always raising money for Ethiopia. There's people starving in Ethiopia, you know what I mean? So it's like very important to them that they're seen as more than that, which was interesting. She was out there because of the plane crash from a few years ago with Boeing, when the plane took off and then immediately crashed, and Boeing said it was pilot error. But there'd been, I think there were 2 crashes, weren't they? So the problem was that I've read all about this because I was really interested in it. When they made their changes to their engines, what Boeing did was shift the engines and overpower them. Right? They tuned them up so you could take off quicker and blah, 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 blah. Because they were trying to keep up with Airbus and the other companies making planes. So they had this design flaw whereby the plane would take off too steeply, or it could take off too steeply and stall. So they adjusted the computer so that it would nose down automatically to stop that happening. But the problem is, the computer was fucked. And it would nose down even when they weren't climbing. And it would nose down and fight the pilots to the point where the computer essentially crashed the plane into the ground. Now, Boeing said that that wasn't the case. Court and investigations and all the rest of it. As I understand it, Boeing were found liable. This guy is garbage. So yeah, pretty interesting. But she was out there. Do I want this guy? Oh, it's just for 1 year, right? She was out there working with the government, you know, gathering data and everything. But there were these guys there. They are a international group of crisis management experts. They're from all over the world, like a real ensemble cast of people with all kinds of backgrounds. Like just the guys that come in and like set up the crisis center. And if you're a poor country like Ethiopia, relatively speaking poor, or a small country or whatever, and you just haven't got the capacity to deal with something like a plane crash of this scale, which they'd never had to deal with before, like this. Okay? Because the problem is, it didn't crash somewhere like nearby a city. It crashed in the boonies, right? Like out in the countryside. There's no roads, there's no infrastructure. Huge effort to gather information, to just literally get the bodies of the people who died and give them a dignified transferal back to their home countries, or if they're locals, to bury them in Ethiopia. You have to treat this like with reverence and care. It's hundreds of lives. Like, it's an absolute tragedy. They had to build a road to get to the site. They literally didn't even have a road that went there. So these guys come in and they're just experts at solving this shit. She said, Mrs. F said, that the most fascinating group of people she'd ever met. Sorry, I'm thinking. Jason Molumby sounds like a black lad's name, but this lad is just a pasty Irish lad. Jason Molumby sounds like a Nigerian name. That's crazy. Adolphe Teku, you're gonna go in Mr. Molumby's place. Right there. There you go. Came through Brighton Youth. Interesting. Slam a cheeky 442 in. Hull won't know what hit him. I'm going to work on a 442 because I do love it. Are we the afternoon kickoff? What's happened here? Oh, Gnonto is still at Leeds, is he? God damn. Anyone remember when we had, what was his fucking name? Striker from Man City. Rory Delap. His son. Liam Delap. Which club was that? Was that Spurs? We had the brick wall of Bolton. No, it was Bolton. It's fucking Bolton, wasn't it? We had Gnonto and we had Delap. Oh my god, we scored so many. So many goals. He was incredible. And then he fucked off to Italy. Devastating. Shit. Who did he play for? He played for one of the promoted teams. Was it last season or the season before? And he looked really good. Like, he didn't score, you know, he played for a shit team, so it's kind of tough for him, but he looked like a fucking handful. Ipswich. He looked good. I feel like there's too many players that will just sign for fucking Chelsea. I don't understand why you would sign for Chelsea. Why? You'd be one of 1,000 professional players on their books. They have so many. Do you remember when they had the super squad? When they had like 10 goalkeepers, they just kept signing players? It felt like, if it had been a video game, you would have said the AI is so fucked. That's terrible. Oh, I'm not blaming the manager or whatever. Like, I'm just saying that whatever's happening at that club, I would not sign on. Although this season they appear to be doing well. God. Oh yeah, here we go. This is the graphic. They had 7 goalkeepers, 3 left backs, 2 right backs. Grady Diangana. He's just listed as Jang. Boop. And then they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 centre backs, 10 central midfielders, 3 left wingers, 3 right wingers, 7 strikers. That is hilarious. This was 24-25. They had Sterling, Mudryk. What happened to him? Sterling, George, and Gabriel out left. Palmer, Mudryk, and Madueke on the right. Then they had Nkuku, Guiu, Fofana, Lukaku, Washington, Broha, and Jackson up front. How do you have 7 goals? What is that? Mudryk got banned? Really? I always thought, you know, when I watched him play, I genuinely thought this guy's clearly not playing well right now. But you could see there was something about him. I felt like he had some ability. I wonder what went wrong. Wow. Look at it. Look at me, giant man. Looming over the opposition manager. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well done, lads. On December 17th December 2024, the FA had provisionally suspended him after testing positive for doping. On the 5th of June 2025, his shirt number 10 was given to Cole Palmer, meaning that he was no longer had a designated squad number with Chelsea. Later that month, 18th June, the FA charged him with violating anti-doping rules, facing a 4-year ban. Well, that's his career over then. What a fucking idiot. Here, look at this. Look at this super squad. That is insane. Wow. What's Lukaku up to now? Where's he gone? Has he gone back to Italy or is he still at Chelsea? He's at Napoli. Yeah, he's the most expensive Ukrainian player ever signed, eclipsing Shevchenko and Rebrov. Who remembers Rebrov? If you're a Spurs fan, you'll remember him. Huh. Potential ability, scouting required. You have fully scouted the player. Majid Ashimiru. He's hard working. I don't know if we need him. I need a picture pack. And isn't there a thing you can get that auto generates or has a load of new gen face packs? I need that. I mean, look, Raheem Sterling was an incredible player. I know that people don't like him. I understand he's unlikable. He can be unlikable. But first of all, he's only 30. Second of all, he was England's best player under Southgate regularly. Regularly. I think people forget how important he was for England. Scoring goals, winning penalties, running with the ball. Like he was one of the few players that I felt when he was on the ball, something might happen. He seemed to ignore Southgate's desire to turn everyone into the dullest version of themselves. I mean, he's only 30. You could get another 3 or 4 years out of him at the top. Maybe not at a top club. But I think he's a very good player. Any disagreements there? If anybody not a fan of Raheem Sterling? He scored a lot of fucking goals. Career statistics, Liverpool. Yeah, those last 2 seasons, 2014 and 2015 season, he was key. Then he went to Man City. He had a run, 5 years, 2017-18 up to 2021-22, where he got into double figures. Scored 18 goals, 17 goals, 20 goals, 10 goals, 13 goals. That's crazy. And then he went to Chelsea, and he did okay. 6 goals, 8 goals. Couldn't comment on him. Then at Arsenal, he didn't score once. Now back at Chelsea, he hasn't played yet. Interesting. Was that the season when the famous Gerrard slip? Yeah, I mean, like, you see these lads, like Raheem Sterling seems to have been around forever. He first started 2011, 2012. That's when he first broke out for Liverpool, made 3 appearances. Then the next season, 2012, 2013, he's played 24 times. Like, he was bad for Arsenal. I don't know. I wonder how much of it is attitude, you know. Like, I would have said that Rashford was completely done as a player. Didn't look like he gave a fuck, right? But when he was on loan, like, isn't he at Barca now and he's scoring goals? When he was at Villa, he looked like he was at least fucking trying. Who was the gaffer then? Was it Rodgers? I'm sure he did have a big ego. I do think it's funny when people say that. Here's the thing. Do you think the average footballer doesn't? I think that's fair, Mr. Teal. I mean, I'm not being funny, but I think getting away from that big club mentality is actually probably pretty good for you if you're a player that's getting older. You know what I mean? Go and become the guy at another team. You don't have to be playing for a big club. Play for... I mean, he's played for some massive clubs, right? You play for Man City, play for Pep Guardiola and be like one of the mainstays of that City side. I can understand why you'd have a bit of a chip on your shoulder about how good you are. Score that many goals for England, like be that guy. What is he meant to be, all humble? I'm just trying to play every game and it's fuck off. This guy should be a footballing legend. Obviously the press hate him because he's black. Young and black and successful. They can't fucking bear that. That old-fashioned, gutter press like the Sun and all that. They fucking hate that. I mean, did you see the fucking the comments about Foden and Eze, the goal that they scored for England the other day? Foden put it on a plate for Eze, and Eze was an amazing finish. And the commentary's like, "What a great pass from Foden." That's just what you get, isn't it? Ian Pearce, as in, used to play for Bournemouth, Ian Pearce. Oh no, different guy. Oh, is it Jason Pearce that played for us? Either way. He wants me to sign Paris Maghoma. I mean, would be a terrific signing, apparently. Give me the list. Damn, Armand Loriente. Armand Loriente. This guy looks amazing. Look at him. Actually, he can dribble, but his crossing isn't great. His teamwork is mid. Marcelino Núñez. Enrique Fluminense. I think I've set my ambitions when it comes to signings a little too low. Given the moolah we've got, I think we probably could have signed better players. I just thought, Christ, we're West Brom, we're going to struggle. But we're in the Championship and we're kicking ass. Ryan Brewster. I feel like that's a name that's been around for fucking ever as well. Yeah, look at that. I've seen this name of Football Manager so much over the years. Ryan Brewster. And he just never does shit, does he? Man, all the lads at Watford look miserable. How much money have we got? We've got 6 million quid. I could go as high as 7.5 million and I'll give you 30% of any future sale. 40%. We accept your demands. My mate fucking hates Grealish. He hates him because he has his socks down. But honestly, I love seeing Grealish play for England because he's one of the few players we've got who, whenever he's on the ball, something's going to happen. Wins free kicks a lot, which we're good from. That's like one of our main ways of scoring goals is sticking it on Slabhead's forehead or you know, fucking sticking it on Harry Kane's forehead. I'm hoping Tuchel can do some good bits with us. We have, in qualifying, not conceded a goal. Very impressive. Why does he hate him? Literally that. Socks. Swansea, eh? Where are they? 9th. How do they play? Mirror match. John Swift needs a fucking break, Gaffer. There's no two ways about it. I mean, I don't know if someone's leg is getting smashed to bits, I don't know how much a shin pad would have done. If you've ever worn a shin pad, it's not like a suit of armor, just a bit of plastic with some, you know, like cushioning on it. Mainly so that when you do get tapped on the shins, it doesn't fucking sting. Like, getting cracked on the shins really hurts, so the shin pad takes it, but it's not going to stop your leg getting broken. Like, a Sunday League challenge has nothing to do with what shin pad you're fucking wearing. It's about how angry the 35-year-old gammon that decides to take out their frustrations at working a shit call centre job. How angry are they? Are they angry enough to come in and break your leg? Or are you going to be up against decent people? That's why I never played Sunday League. I did it a few times and I was like, fuck this. I'm not your punching bag. Fuck off. I don't want to get in a fight every Sunday morning. Why would I want to do this? End up fucking getting a horrible knee injury because some guy thinks, oh, it's a man's game, and decides that means nailing some 23-year-old kid to the wall with his studs is fair game. Fuck off. I just think, like, for a lot of people, all Sunday League is a chance for a to get stuck in. Just violent thugs. My mate said that at kids football, he's got several of my mates have got sons that played youth football. Now they're a little older, they don't do it as much, or they're just kind of given up on it really. They got girlfriends and stuff now, I guess. I think they do still play, some of them. But my mate was a manager for his son's team, and he said that it's just not worth it. Like, the referees and the parents and the players just get so much shit from the fans on the touchline. In other words, the parents. It's just not worth it. Like, he said, the referees, the parents are literally standing there swearing at like 10-year-old kids that are on the opposition team. Book that little cunt! You know, it's like, this kid's 10, dude. What are you doing? The Good International is finished. Like, yeah, referees, people waiting for him in the car park and all shit like that. Like, what is happening? Joe Allen? Really? Oh shit, there he is. I always thought Joe Allen looked like a stand-up comedian. Alright lads, let's fucking wake up, yeah? Damn. The thing is, people confuse a game of football on a Sunday that is not professional with them going to a Premier League game and shouting at the ref and shouting at the players. And you take them from one and put them in another, and they don't change their mentality, and they don't think, hang on, these kids are 9. I won't call them cunts. They're just fucking so ignorant. Is that guy's name Triple H? Cho Aom. What a name. Olays? He's a good player, Joe Allen. He was a very good player. That was so lazy and shit. Ronald? Get it on the big man's head. Fuck off. I mean, I've never enjoyed the people just screaming at football that you get, where you're like, what are you doing, mate? They can't hear you. Like, you know this isn't about you actually communicating something to the players. What are you doing? Are you young? You know, fucking come on, sort it out. It's like, no one can hear you, brother. No one can hear you. The only thing you can hear is a collective boos. That is something that people can hear. The problem is, most football fans are thick as pig shit. They just are. Like, the number of times I've been at a Bournemouth game over the years, and the things that people are yelling, you just think, what are you talking about? You do not understand what you're talking about. It's just embarrassing. You hear people popping up and yelling. It's all performative, isn't it? Because they're trying to show all the other fans around them, look how angry I am. But for some people, I feel like they forget that when you're watching under 11s football, it's not the same. Like, I would just be watching and just like cheering. It would be so much fun. Watching the Man U game last night, it was so loud booing at full time. Oh, I bet. Poor Ruben Amorim, though, eh? I did think it was interesting. I saw a clip. Rio Ferdinand was talking to some other ex-Man U guy, saying how, given how bad it's gone for Liverpool and Slot, it would be nice if people jumped on the Arne Slot hate train with the same vigor that they have jumped on the Ruben Amorim hate train. Like, that would be even. But I think people are just so happy to see Man U fail, myself included, that I'm just like, I don't care about Liverpool fail. I don't care about Arne Slot. I want to see Man U getting stuffed and booed off and embarrassed and humiliated because we had to put up with them rubbing it in all of our faces for fucking 15 years. I wish I could find this this image. I've never been able to find it. I saw it in a magazine many years ago. This is pre-internet. And it was a guy, the classic Man U fan of the era, right? Where they were like, fat fucker holding up a sign. He's a Man U fan that said, "We won the title at Anfield." And I remember it was just the look on his face. You could almost hear him just in the picture going, "Nyeh," like that kind of. "Nyeh." That is the attitude of Man U fans for 15 years. That sound. Like that. And I just fucking hate it. It was like they thought, this is never going to end. We're going to be the best forever. Alex Ferguson will never retire and he will never die. And whoever takes over from him will do a sterling job. And instead it's been the opposite. The ground, the ground is crumbling. The owners are terrible. They haven't had a good manager at any point since Fergie retired. The attitude of the players at the club is terrible. Most of their signings have been terrible. It's been wonderful. It's been absolutely wonderful to see. kind of like Arsenal fans now. Ordinary Ollie, that's a weird thing to say. Arsenal fans have not been like that because they haven't fucking won the league in forever. Slot's gone, I reckon. I reckon they're already looking at replacing him. I think the Isaac signing really hurt them. Why would you want to sign that guy? Doing little for them? He's like the best player, isn't he? Bruno Fernandes? He's like bailed them out time and time again. I support Bournemouth. Oh! Holy God. Why are we in our away kit? What's happening here? I think the thing with the Isaac signing is not even about the system so much as, oh, Grady. So much as, I think the message it sends to your players is a really bad one. Like, you have a guy like Isaac who's like, oh, I'm not going to play then. My first thought as a player would be, I don't want this guy on my team. Like, what a fucking attitude. Do you know what I mean? Like, is he going to do the same thing to you if another club comes in? I don't like that. That attitude to me really stinks. I wouldn't want it. I mean, I think he was good for Newcastle. He scored some great goals. But I don't know if he's the guy. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, Sweden are not making the World Cup. They look fucking awful. What happened to that lad? He was a Leeds midfielder. I can never remember his name. Like the sort of defensive, sort of holding midfielder. Played for England a bunch. I want to say Man City signed him and just never played him. I don't know where he is now. Phillips, yeah. What was his first name? Calvin Phillips. What's he up to now? Got badly injured? Oh, it's a shame. I liked him. I thought he was a good player. Oh! Well, we've had a bit of luck today, lads. Sweden, really? God damn. Poor Sweden. Where's the big lad? Oh, let's put Colin Grant on. Go on, Swifty. Oh, great effort. You're not going to condemn him because we don't have the full picture. We have no idea what kind of promises were made and who wronged who. What promise could be made that would make you, as a player, say, I'm not playing for you anymore, I want to go? Like, I think that's hugely unprofessional. Isn't it? Great win. Very well done, lads. That was an excellent win. Oh, my fucking keyboard stopped working. So he signed a 6-year deal with Newcastle. He was their main man. He only signed in 2023-24. He wanted to move away from the club. Training alone at Real Sociedad to aid his recovery from a thigh injury, did not accompany Newcastle on their pre-season tour. On 14th of August, he went on strike, making himself unavailable for their season opener. Then he issued a public statement via Instagram, confirming he wanted to leave Newcastle, accusing the club of breaking a promise. When promises are broken and trust is lost, the relationship can't continue. They said they'd never made such a promise. And then Liverpool signed him for £125 million. You sign a 6-year deal. I don't know. I just feel like he's going to be one of those guys that is like Isak killed Liverpool's run. You know what I mean? 100. So much money, man. Can we sign this lad? I want this winger, this French winger. I mean, look, hey, Liverpool had their run, you know what I mean? And now, too many of the players that made them that incredible team are just not good anymore. (2018-19). So they finished second, first, third, second, fifth, third, first. That's their run. When did what season did Klopp join? year did Klopp join Liverpool? 2015. So under Klopp, the first season there, they finished 8th, 4th, 4th, then 2nd, then 1st, then 3rd, then 2nd, then 5th, then 3rd, then 1st. I thought they'd won the title more. Their top goal scorer in their golden age, if you like, 2017-18, recent golden age, 2017-2018 till now has been Mo Salah. I mean, what do you do when he's just getting on a bit? You know what I mean? Like, he's pretty old now. Yeah, it's silly. It is silly. They're the club I hate probably the most at the moment, in all honesty. So since 2011, they've finished first, second, fourth, third, first, second, first, third, second. They're currently second. 6 out of 7. Just insane, isn't it? They got Ian Nacho playing for him? Now here's a guy. Who I feel like he's been around for ages. He was at Man City for yonks. It felt like. Absolutely yonks, but he wasn't. He's only there for 3 years. Then he was at Leicester for ages and did fucking nout. How has he had this career? Do you think it was the fact he came from Man City has basically given Iheanacho this career? Because he's cack. God, that's horrible. Lads, what's going on? He was just a squad player? Huh. What was the name of that lad? He played for Leicester. God, where was he from? He had a really weird name. Somewhere in South America, maybe? Big lad. Like a real lump of a striker. Sort of player I feel like clubs don't really sign these days. Can't remember his fucking name. I knew people were pronouncing it wrong. You could really sense that people were pronouncing it wrong. No, Tim Howard? Tim Howard's American, dude. Ujoa, that's it, Ujoa. Everyone said Ujoa, but I have no idea if that was correct. Tim Howard? Dude, he was like the American goalie for fucking 10 years or something. It's been terrible. Oh, fuck off. Ref, come on, mate. We're in the bin already. Shit. It's been a disaster. Fucking hell. Yes, I am a Bournemouth fan. Oh God, this has been appalling. I don't go very often, Lost. I have not been for a long time. It's a very small ground. I don't live in Bournemouth, and it's genuinely hard to get tickets. But I should go to a game. I haven't been in a long time. I feel like it's in slow motion. This feels too quick almost, but fucking hell, it's just miserable watching it in ultra slow-mo. Oh. I don't know if that's true, Ollie missed. I'll be honest with you. Oh no. In fact, I'd say one of the common complaints leveled at Premier League grounds is that people sit on their fucking hands and there's nowhere near as much noise as you'd want, or that there traditionally was. Something tells me that they stick a lot of microphones in the crowd and ramp it up to make it sound like there's a lot more crowd noise than there is. I wouldn't be surprised, because as a product, if you watch it, for a while they just felt like no atmosphere at all. Because you can't be drunk. They priced a lot of people out of it. Like, I think they probably just turn up the crowd noise to make it sound like, wow, this is so exciting. But I bet it's not that loud. That was absolute shit. That was shit. What's wrong with FM26? Well, well, they are top. Oh, fair enough. How can I put it? All right, here. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will just show you the store page. Mostly negative. 5,760. That's just the English language negatives. They've said lots and lots of pictures of the match engine, but this is the issue. The UI. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but this is in a window for some reason that it shouldn't be. No one wants to see it in a window. But have you noticed the way it's clipping the edges of all these words off? Why? Why is it doing that? Why is it in this little window? What's that? What's going on with that? What is this? Why is the top of that player in this graphic clipped? What is this compared to the old UI? What's happening? Why have they done this? What does this mean? What is this? I mean, that seems standard, you know. But this, I guess, I don't know what that is. I guess that's in match. So during the game, when there's no highlights, I think it shows you this. I think. They've now brought back with ball, without ball, like where do you want it to be, out of possession, in possession, which is great. But this is apparently shit. I haven't played it, but people are saying that the UI is just garbage. Instead of like what used to happen is you would have something here, you would click it, and that window would show it. Now it like opens it.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time.
Apparently, it's also just really buggy in general.
Flying-Duckman just resolved for 45 months.
I have not played it. I have no intention of playing it. So, you know, if they magically fix it, it is indeed apparently a big turd. Yeah. Who knows? It's you know. Who knows how this ended up like this? But I definitely read somewhere that they hired a company to do the UI. Pretty sure that's right. If that's not true, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure I read that. That they literally brought in this company to deliver this UI for them, and it's fucking awful. Everybody that plays it hates it. You can't get the information you want. Little things like apparently the back button doesn't work anymore, so I can't like click on, say, West Brom like that and then go back to my previous screen. That's not a thing. All kinds of weird stuff. I think that in designing FM26, or what was 25, I think they basically said, let's take the existing game and completely ignore it, and let's just design a brand new game. And that was a big mistake. Because as much as people complained that they hadn't changed enough, and that is valid, when you change too much all at once, and you deliver a game that's like reviled, I think would be the way I would put it. Universally reviled by the fan base. You fucked up. Don't design your game around console. We're going to drop someone. Yeah, it's like... I get why clubs want that console market, right? Greed. But they have to realize that any game of this nature that you have to make for console is gonna be shitter. First of all, consoles are designed to be played on a TV from a sofa distance. You don't have a keyboard or a mouse. Everything has to be doable with a fucking controller. So you're really designing for two different things entirely. Like, you couldn't say that the PC experience of gaming is the same as console, it's just a different machine. It's not. It's completely different. Your input, your expectations, the speed of the game, the amount of processing, what you can put on the screen, how big it needs to be. Like, I'm sure they had this vision that PC players would be fine with a console version of the game on PC. But I would say, if that's what you think, you haven't been here. Like, where have you been? PC gamers hate it when a game is designed for console first and they're an afterthought. And they hate it when you sell a game on PC that's clearly not been designed to be played on a PC. Don't ever go mobile first and console first and light first. You do the fucking basic game that we all want to play on PC, you put that out there, and then if you want to do a light version, you can fucking do a light version. But don't try and do this lazy both, because it's not both, it's one. If you make a game that's for PC and console, and it's the same game at the same time, you have not made a game for PC. You've made a bad PC game and a console game. I'd be honest, at this point, I do not think this was Sega's fault. I think this is shitty company, SI, stuck with having to do something that's beyond them. And what's beyond them is making a new game. They spent 20 years making basically the same game. This is the lowest that the game sound volume can go. Because yet again, you know... In fact, I can fix that Here's how I did it. Volume mixer. Like, I genuinely think that that's what happened. I think that they set out to make a game that was going to be, you know, they could release it for PC and console all at the same time. And Miles isn't in there fucking running things. He's doesn't know what he's doing. Did you not see his post about, this is a very famous post, him talking about the UI. He was like, when people get the hang of it, they'll realize it's amazing. Did you not see his post about the face generation stuff? It's like the biggest meme on the Football Manager subreddit. I'll see if I can find it. So, this is not a joke. This is his tweet. Now that we've revealed some changes to Manager Creations, this is me in FM23, using a photo from an Apple iPhone Max main camera, taken outdoors with no special lighting, and using the FaceGen technology used in-game. This is 2023. He thinks that's good. He likes this. He's boasting about it. That's the guy in charge. So let's not point the finger at Sega when you have a guy who's basically making games from 1997 in his mind. Oh my god, that was it. Come on, one more chance. Shit. Unlucky, lads. See if I can find this video. See if I can find this post. It was really funny. think this is it.
Still got a lot to do with the game.
I could sit here and say that it's the best game ever, but not everyone's going to agree with that. It's also the starting point for us of the next 20 years of the journey rather than a finishing point.
Excuse me? Excuse me? I built this attackless formation in FM26 and it actually works.
The user interface and user experience is really important, and what we're seeing at the moment is...
So this bit is really telling, right? Just look at this UI. So look at what's happening. When you select things on the top, it moves all the buttons. It's quite hard to notice, but just look at the way this UI interacts with it when you click it.
User experiences.
So he's on Africa. Click on Asia. Now it moves everything to the middle. Now you click Europe.
What we're
back
seeing
to
at the moment
Africa.
is
South America. Now it like moves around. Why?
When the UI clicks, it's awesome. There are likely to be a few issues for some people and all.
But the TLDR version is... I wasn't happy with the quality of the game. And
This
I
is
wasn't
at
prepared
release.
for people
This is the frame rate some people are getting at release.
going out and spending the hard-earned money on something that wasn't good enough. It would be unfair on them.
Doing what we're doing now, this is the biggest change that there's been to Football Manager since Football Manager.
No, it's not true.
existed, right? It's actually the biggest change since Championship Manager 4.
Lie.
With the back and forward arrows. And this was another big whoa moment. Search bar. This, it sounds really sad, right, when we've got so much new inside the game. But this, alongside the animations, could well be my favourite new thing that we've added to the series. So if you click on search, now normally with search you would just use it for searching.
These are all the things that they didn't put in this version of the game. So yeah, the subreddit really doesn't like Miles. It's just like, to me, the issues I have with FM24, none of it is the UI. None of it is finding data. None of it is the obfuscation of like easily getting from this tab to that tab. I feel like the UI for this is exactly what I want. It works. It's just what I wanted. It's what everybody likes. Is the UI for FM was fine. That was not the problem. The issues that people had was stuff going on under the hood. Problems with like the match engine, certain tactics being too strong or too weak, player interactions. Like I said before, I feel like the interactions between you and your players, I genuinely believe that code was written by someone with quite severe autism. And I'm not saying that as a flame. I'm saying that as someone with an autistic child. I'm telling you right now that when you look at the social interactions between you and your players, someone has quite bad autism and they're the one who wrote that. There's no doubt in my mind. This was not written by someone who understands interactions with other people. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but when you go up to talk to a player, you can even decide whether you shake their hand, pat them on the shoulder, touch them gently on the arm, stand at a distance with your arms folded, and none of it makes any sense. Going up to someone and saying, hey, you've been playing fantastic lately, thank you so much. Scored 5 goals in 4 games, 7.5 rating, and they say, actually, I don't think I've been playing well at all. And now I want to leave the club. Because that's so weird that you would like say that. Like, oh my god. And now I feel like I don't know you and I don't trust you. Ugh. That's the level of interaction in Football Manager when you talk to your players. They just don't understand. It's bizarre. Even the halftime conversations, the things you can say to them during the team talk, some of them you think, that's a reasonable thing to say. Like, unlucky lads, you tried your best. And they're like, no! It's like, guys, we lost 1-0 to the club that's won the league 8 years in a row. Why are you so down? Like, we gave it a bloody good shot. It was close. You want me to bollock you? Because if I bollock you, like, oh, you're bollocking us too much. It's like, what is happening? I also feel like the things that you say at, like, half-time, it's quite an old-fashioned idea that the manager goes in and doesn't just tactically change things, but somehow fires the team up with a sentence. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've always thought that what I really want to do at halftime is pick on a couple of players and say to them, you are losing your man too much. You've got to stay on top of that. And then maybe that's the one thing that they improve in the next half, or try to. Rather than me just have to... Because I've already said him to stay on your man, don't let him cross, and he just keeps letting it happen. I want to be able to bollock that player, and not just say in general you're fucking up. Here's the one thing I want you to do differently. If you ever watch one of those football documentaries, it's always the gaffer coming in there with a big board and saying, here's what you're doing wrong. We've got to push this side more. He's getting inside too easy, blah, blah, blah. Rather than just saying, hey, these fans, go out there and do this for the fans who stick with you through thick and thin. Like, that's not a thing. That might be part of a longer conversation, but it's very simplified. But that's fine, you know? It was fun to throw a water bottle and bollock them sometimes. It was fine. I feel like improving that kind of thing would have been great. But instead, they just sort of worsened everything. It's pretty bad. There is an esports manager. MB. Can't remember what it's called. I don't want to sell this, lad. No, thank you. He's apparently in demand. Well, Tad Monk, do you remember for a long time in Football Manager, they had a guy, God, I can't remember his name, he was an ex-pro, it was like old school, like he played in the 70s or something. And he was their sort of consultant. I can't remember who it was. I really can't remember who it was. But it was like, really? That guy is apparently up to date with what it's like behind the scenes in a modern football team club? Like, come on. Is this a hard game if you haven't kept up with footy for 10 years? Probably not. There is. It's out of the park baseball. I've got it. I buy it pretty much every year. Try and make the Mets into a dynasty. It never works. It's fun if you like baseball. It is, if you don't know baseball, it is quite baffling Like, there are a lot of rules in baseball that are not in football. So if you're a football fan, all right, then that is going to be tough. That is going to be tough. Like, you basically have to learn the game of baseball pretty closely to understand what's happening. For example, contracts in baseball are completely different to contracts in football. For example, let's say I'm on 30 million a season and you want to trade me to another team. That team has to pick up my contract at 30 million a season. They don't make a counter offer. No money changes hands. You can. Sometimes money changes hands, but it's not like a transfer the way that football works. Almost always, it'll be... I mean, sometimes a team will just trade a player away and just get a couple of prospects in return or whatever, stick in the youth teams, to get them off their books because it's a big salary. That does happen. And sometimes rich clubs will just be like, yeah, we'll take that guy. And you're like, well, thank God, because he's killing me. You know what I mean? But more often than not, it's player trades. And the thing is, you have a certain number of players on your active roster, and you can't select people off the other rosters. And you will have on your team screen, like, you know, when I click on squad, come on, it's thinking. When I click on squad, this is my team. In Out of the Park Baseball, when you click on players, you'll have a window here, 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 like 12 windows, each of which represents one of the teams in your organization, which is crazy. There's so many teams. So managing that is tough because you can't just, yeah, I think it was Ray Allen. You can't just move, like a player's injured. He's out for 2 weeks. Okay, so what'll I do? I'll put him on the injured list. Put him on that list. He's not available to pick, but I don't have to send him down to AAA or AA. So you've got like the major league team, AAA, AA, single A, and then you've got all your like rookie teams and international teams and development teams and all the rest of it. So if I got a player who's on my major league roster and I demote him to AAA, you can do that a certain number of times before the player can basically say to you, I'm executing my right to not be demoted. You can't demote me. All right, you demoted me enough times now that you've used up your goes at demoting me. So instead, what I'm going to say is, no, I'm on the roster. You've got to play me. Or like, I've got to be on the major league roster. So now it's like, all right, great. So that guy's injured. I send a guy into the injury list. I promote a guy from AAA. And then after he's been there for a while and I demote him and I promote him. Eventually he's like, right, that's it. I don't want to be demoted anymore. And now I've got a major league contract because you've played a certain number of major league games. Now I have the right to refuse to be demoted. Stuff like that. And you're caught out by that a lot. Rule 5 draft, that's a bizarre one. If you don't know anything about the Rule 5 draft, that's going to catch you out. You can lose your best player like that. The Rule 5 draft is like there's a draft every season where I think it's if a player would be a first-team player for another club and you're not playing them and they've got a certain seniority of contract or something like that. It's very complicated. You'd have to look it up. Another team can come in and claim that player and you've lost them. They're gone. You don't get anything in exchange. And they might be one of your best prospects. So that really sucks. So there's stuff like that. And in-game, do you know about bunting? Do you know about relief pitchers? Do you know about starting pitchers, pitch counts? Do you know all the stats in baseball? Do you know what WAR is? What's OBP? What's OBPS plus? All that kind of shit. Like all these kind of bizarre stats you need to know. So baseball is a tough one to just buy out the park baseball. You need to know a lot about it. Oh yeah. Cumming will be disappointed to be beaten in his near post. Oh, his name is Cumming. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's incredibly detailed. More often than not as well, you're not actually managing the games because you have 162 games in a season, right? To sit and sim 162 games where you actually are there pressing spacebar for each at-bat or even each pitch if you want to go that detailed, is like, for a lot of people, is like, I don't have the time for this. Especially when, in baseball, some 20-year-old that you've drafted, you're not going to be playing him for 6 years, 5 or 6 years a lot of the time. Like, baseball is very different from football. You don't get some 18-year-old coming through who's like, yeah, stick him in the first team. Like, you wouldn't get a Wayne Rooney, a 16-year-old. It would not happen. I'd like this one because I can see the whole pitch. The other one's too close in. Oh yeah, the match engine is dog shit. I mean, it's fine, you know. It's more about the stats and the maths behind everything rather than the way it looks. But it really is ugly. The sound is terrible. The crowd noise. Every few minutes, someone goes, "God damn it!" in the crowd. God damn it! And once you've heard it, you can't unhear it. There's a few other, it's like very short, repetitive crowd noises. The players are very stiff. It looks like a game that like would run in Java. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, in terms of being into stats and moneyballing it, you can actually play that Moneyball style. Like, you can actually, even in the stats setup, you can. There is a preset for sabermetric style baseball. Well, bear in mind that Moneyball is not an on-the-field tactic. It's a front office tactic. Because it's about the players you sign and what you're aiming for, rather than your beliefs about the tactics of baseball, in my opinion. Like, certainly, sabermetrics has a lot to say about, for example, how getting on base is very valuable, how bunting and stealing is not desirable for a smaller club because you're giving away outs. Mathematically, it's actually better for you to just get on base and all that kind of detail. Like, that's sabermetrics and stuff like that. Moneyball is more like what is undervalued, and for a long time it was walks were undervalued, getting on base was undervalued. Playing, like, teams literally, like, the whole thing in Moneyball is that they back players based on their appearance and whether they look the part, whether they've got a good clean swing and a hot girlfriend and that kind of stuff. That doesn't matter, right? That's irrelevant. But for a lot of the time, baseball was overvaluing things that were not as important when you actually looked at the maths. And that was what the Oakland A's did, was they looked at the actual numbers and succeeded on a shoestring budget. The smallest team. And they made it to the postseason like multiple times. They never won the last game of the season though. Art, nobody gives a shit if you lose the last game of the season. So it's on me now. No, it's on me. And the kid is the new assistant GM. It's not easy doing what I do under the cloud of a one-year contract. But I love baseball. The last couple of seasons, do you know what? I'll be honest with you. Since they changed the rule and added the pitch clock, I think it's reinvented baseball. I really do. I think it's made it so much more exciting and fun to watch. I think it was a huge factor. And you've also just got some great players around at the moment. Really, really great players. The Naked Gun. Strike. Steve Rectory. I must kill the Queen. I'm pretty sure it said that goal was offside. Oh, no, that was a previous one ruled out for offside. Brannigan. Zap Brannigan. Fudgy Stickle. The problem with that idea is that let's make it about football, since this is a football stream. Okay? It would be like saying, do you remember how Lionel Messi was so good at dribbling and like cutting in from the side and just being the best player? Do you think that clubs will sign more best players in the world? No. No, I don't. It's impossible. You cannot compare anyone else to Shohei Ohtani. He's the best, probably the best to ever play the game. So the idea that you could sort of draft, let's just draft some Ohtanis, is like, no. I'm sure they'd love to. But most players that can hit and pitch have not even come close to his level of dominance. Like, it's a nice thing to have, but it was especially a nice thing to have back when you didn't have designated hitters in the National League, right? Then having a pitcher that could hit was like an actual boon, especially if he was a starting pitcher, because it didn't mean you were essentially wasting your 9 slot. And then they changed the rule so everybody's got designated hitters. And then they added the Ohtani rule. So you can be a starting pitcher and come out as a pitcher and go and stay in the game. As long as you're the DH, right? Because previously, when you took a pitcher out of the game, that's it. Even if he could hit, he couldn't bat for you anymore. But they were like, oh shit, Shohei Ohtani's going to make this league billions. We should change the rules so that he can play. Which is something that, honestly, people make fun of American sports for shit like that. That's what everybody wants. That's what we all want to see, Shohei Ohtani and the best players. We don't want to have him booted out of the game just because it's the rules. Fuck off! Oh my god, what a goal. Oh, Grant. Like, it's not just that he can pitch and hit. He can do both at an elite level. And he can steal. The guy is... If you designed someone, and he's tall, and he's good looking, and he's Japanese, you've got everything you could possibly want. He literally feels like someone made a wish to a genie lamp and was like, please make me into the perfect baseball player of all time. Explain that in football terms. Which bit? All right. I'm gonna assume you're talking about what I was saying about Ohtani. So Shohei Ohtani, traditionally the way baseball's been set up is that you have position players who can do one thing really well. Okay? A catcher is really good at catching. That's the guy behind the plate who has to catch the balls that the pitcher throws, Has to be able to throw players that are trying to steal from first to second. Has to be able to throw the ball to second very fast. So it's a long throw, especially if you're starting off on your knees. Has to make sure that he doesn't let the ball get past him if the pitcher throws a wild pitch. Has to be able to deal with all the pitches, and has to have a good relationship with the pitcher in terms of getting inside the player's head, suggesting pitch selections, all this kind of stuff. Oh, the Ohtani rule. So I'll come to that. So the pitcher is also a very specialized position. The pitcher just throws the ball. And there'll typically be a wide range of people when it comes to athleticism or build. They could be really tall or not that tall. They could be really fat or really skinny. They could be old. They could be young. Like, being able to throw the ball is a pretty unique skill because they're thrown at like 95, 98 miles an hour, and you have to be able to throw multiple pitches. So ones that curve this way, ones that curve that way, ones that stay flat, ones that go up and then come down, like real crazy series of pitches. So Shohei Ohtani can pitch at an elite level. So he's like a top level starting pitcher. A starting pitcher is a guy you put in at the start of the game. You get about 5 or 6 innings out of him, and he's going to give up very few runs. He's your ace. That's the guy that's going to like lead the team in this game for the 5 or 6 innings. Traditionally, what would happen is when you then want to take him out because he's tired and put another pitcher in, he's out of the game. He can't play anymore. The Shohei Ohtani rule said, hey, what if the pitcher could also be the designated hitter? And the designated hitter is a role that replaces the pitcher. So you've got 2 leagues in America, American League and National League. And there's different teams in each league. Even New York has the Yankees and the Mets, and one's in the American League, one's in the National League. And the big difference in the rules was that the American League had a designated hitter rule, which meant the pitcher didn't have to bat. The National League, which the Mets played in, did not play with that rule. So there was no designated hitter. The pitcher, when it came around to his turn, because there's 9 players in the team, when it came around to his turn, he had to bat. And most pitchers couldn't bat, right? Shohei can pitch, and he can also bat. And when I say he can bat, he's like an elite batter. His numbers are Hall of Fame, first round, he's going in the Hall of Fame. His numbers are so good at pitching and at batting and at stealing and all of it, that he is and home runs, he is going to be, if his numbers stay solid and he doesn't get injured, he's going to be the greatest to ever play the game. So when they saw that he was very good, they said, hey, you know what? Teams want to be able to pitch, teams want him to be able to pitch, but we kind of want to see him hit the ball because he's awesome at that. So let's change the rule so that previously when you take a pitcher out, your starting pitcher comes out, he doesn't have to leave the game. He could stay on as the DH. So he could be the DH and the pitcher. So it's like that. So that was the change that they made. Was like, get Shohei on the field. He's brilliant. And he's so good. And here's the best thing, if I was a baseball club. Apart from his numbers, he's a zero problems guy. He's like the chillest dude. Off the field, he's like a Boy Scout. He's also so big in Japan that when we went there, Shohei Ohtani's face is on everything. Cans of drink, huge billboards, TVs, movie posters. You'll see fucking Shohei there. You open a toilet seat, Shohei's face is in there.
Scrumpy just resubbed for months.
And his contract is worth $750 million. That's how much they're going to pay him over the course of his contract. But they've deferred all that money till the end of his contract. So at the moment, they pay him, I think it's $2 million a season. And the rest of it he gets when he basically finishes. Or it's all in the last year of his contract, something crazy like that. They've already made $750 million from him being at their team. In fact, they've made more. I think they've made $1 billion from Ohtani being at LA, just because of the amount of money he brings in. So over the course of his contract, he's going to make them multiples of $750 million. It's insane. Are you talking about it was a Mets player? I can't remember. What was his name? Bobby Bonilla. So Bobby Bonilla Day comes around every year. So when he was at the Mets, he signed a 5-year, $29 million contract, which is equivalent to $65 million, okay, with the New York Mets in 1991. The $6.1 million he received in 1992 was a record for a single season by a margin of $2.3 million. He became the highest paid player in the National League from 92 to 94. However, his overall production diminished and they wanted to get rid of him. So let me find here we go. He comes back in 98. His level of play did not measure up to expectations, had numerous clashes with the manager Bobby Valentine over lack of playing time, and there was like an incident where he got really hacked off and everything. He got kicked out of the game. The end of the season, they released him, but they still owed him $6 million. Bonilla and his agent offered the Mets a deal. He would defer payment for a decade. The Mets would then pay him an annual paycheck of just over $1.19 million on July 1st, starting in 2011 and ending in 2035, adding up to a total payout of $30 million. Some fans refer to those payments on July 1st as Bobby Bonilla Day. Mets owner Fred Wilpon accepted the deal because he was heavily invested with Ponzi scheme operator Bernie Madoff, and the 10% returns he thought he was getting on his investments with Madoff outweighed the 8% interest the Mets would be paying on Bonilla's initial $5.9 million. As a result, the payout was the subject of an inquiry during the Madoff investment scandal when it came to light in 2008. Bonilla also has a second deferred contract plan with the Mets and the Baltimore Orioles that was initiated in 2004 and pays him $500,000 a year for 25 years. Okay? So Bobby Bonilla turned $6 million into $30 million. He just paid this money every year. Doesn't have to do anything. And he wasn't even a particularly well-liked player at the Mets. Isn't that mad? I need something to eat. My head's aching. salted.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're all right. Just would have preferred the salted ones. Outdoor Boys put a new video out. Very exciting. Oh, here we go.
Take a look behind me. Beefeater. In its day, it was the place to go.
No.
How can I say? It was the Miller and Castle which exists today, which is kind of a little bit of the higher end. However, many of you are going to say, I think it's gone a little bit downhill. So what I've done, I've come to the flagship Beefeater, the Malta Inn. You've got to take a look at the location. It's right set on the river here, the River Medway, just outside Maidstone, Sandling, I think the area is. It's got a massive, great big car park, loads of seating area, garden, then you can sit outside overlooking the river. You go inside and it's huge inside as well, different levels all the way there. Has it had its day though? That's the big question. This is great memories for me. I've actually been to this pub on many occasions with my mum and dad. Brilliant memories, absolutely brilliant memories. But what I'm hoping for as well is some brilliant food. Fingers crossed, please don't say it's gone completely downhill. As always, let's give it a go. Come on, bring back the memories. I'll be there, happy days. I even walked through here with mum and dad.
Never eaten a side of Beefeater, I think. Wait. Love? Do you remember?
Do you have to call the adjusters with the quotes?
No, I just emailed them. Do you remember when we were going to fly out to Florida and the flight got cancelled? And we had to stay at that hotel.
Yeah.
And we went somewhere for lunch or dinner or whatever. Was it a Beefeater?
Toby Carberry.
It was a Toby, wasn't it? All right.
Yeah, I think that's the only time I've ever been. I did enjoy it though.
I've only ever been to a Toby that once. I don't think I've ever been to a Beefeater.
You definitely have been to a Beefeater because we used to go there when my mum and dad came down to Plymouth. We used to go to Beefeater at Plymouth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all. Well, either way, not in living memory. As in, I don't remember. Toby Carberry I've been to. So, apparently we used to go to one in Plymouth. Oh, wait, does that ring a bell?
Out by the big Sainsbury's.
Yeah. I think that rings a bell. Either way.
The big selling feature of this pub is location. I mean, you've seen the images there. It's beautifully located on the river. Got lovely, lovely outside seating area. A couple of snagging points for me here, real snagging points. I've been in the industry, so I think I've got a right to say it. The attention to detail isn't great. It's not great. The grass needs cutting. It definitely needs a good sweep up around almost the whole area. The bins are kind of full. There's loads of fag butts all down by the front there, and yeah, it's just that attention to detail. And when you go inside, it's kind of like, where's the menus? Can I, menus anywhere? Eventually, I got the garden menu, and this is one of my again annoying factors. You can come here and have 8 different main courses. If it doesn't all blow away, 8 main courses for £8. However, you can't have that if you sit outside in the garden. Huh? What table number am I on? 180 I'm on. There's over 181 there, so there's over 181 tables, but you can't have the £8 special, if you like. You can't then also have the main full menu. You've got to go inside, you've got to sit upstairs in the restaurant area. Come on, Beefeater, that's ridiculous. This is your selling feature, this is your showcase. You know, come on.
Only
And
in
it does,
England.
it really needs a damn good. Do you know, if I owned it, I mean, you've got the fence panels out, you know, it just needs a bit of TLC. This is your flagship. This is the one you're shouting out there saying, come down here and take a look. My first impressions, location, location, location. Bang, 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 bang. Huge, great big car park. It's brilliant. You can park here free for 3 hours. But it's just not good enough. I think the standards really need to improve. I can speak from experience here because, as I said, I've been here with my mum and dad. You know, when I came here, okay, it didn't have all this garden area. It did have the frontage where you could sit outside overlooking the river. But the standards were there. They were brilliant. I look forward to it. I really look forward to it. Now, I don't want to start off on a downer, but I am a bit of a downer. It's kind of like it's crushed my memories kind of thing. And right, on to the menus. I'm going to get 2 steaks. I'm going to go for their 8-ounce sirloin, 1879, their 8-ounce rump, a matured flavoursome taste.
Crab hollandaise. Huh? What's that? Do you know what I fucking hate? That burger. How is that meant to go in my mouth? No one's mouth is that big. So, what is that? It's meant to look amazing, but I tend to look at it practically and think, that's not edible, is it?
$16.25. All our steaks come from British and Irish farms, matured for 30 days. They are extra tender and full of flavour. I really.
Right, come on now, lads. I know it's an American style burger. It's disgusting. Five Guys burgers, I like. I can fit that in my mouth. But when the burger comes, and they've had to secure the structure with a spike going through the middle of the burger, because otherwise it's never going to make it to the table, fuck off. I want a burger that I can pick up. The whole point of it is that you can pick it up with your hands. So what I do with those burgers is I disassemble them and eat it with a knife and fork. If I suspect it's going to be a very tall burger, I'll say to them, please can you bring it to me with no bun? All the toppings, all the cheese, everything, but no bun. It's a waste of my time. Or I'll just take the lid off the burger, take that top, fucking spin it at the waiter. Ponk! Great finish, that. Oh god, the price of Five Guys. Let's not get started on that. But I've never been there and had a burger and been disappointed. I love them. It's the bacon. Oh! Sluggish. Can't be doing that, lads. Recession indicator? Oh, shit. What is that? Oh my god. Terrible. Terrible. Back to Gary.
We hope so. So I'm going to get one with triple cooked.
He looks like a real twat.
Chips and the other one with chopped house salad. Diane sauce, hello Diane, and a peppercorn sauce as well. Rump steak, by the way, $16.29, and it's $16.29 on there. Come on, bring back my happy memories. I want to be happy again. I've got to go into the bar, by the way, and order directly at the bar, and then they'll bring it out to us. So yeah, actually I lied. The table number is 182. 182. Let's go, let's go. It's quite a distance to pub from here. I could lose a bit of weight on the way. Come on.
Good luck,
Both
Gary.
have arrived 17 minutes later. So both arrived, and okay, around this area it's quiet, but it's very, very busy inside and over there. It's got the sirloin steak, peppercorn sauce with it, triple cooked chips, the mushroom, love that, frozen garden peas, I'm guessing they're frozen, and a tomato.
Love the angle.
Over here we have the rump steak. Now both of these have been asked for
Can you just-
medium rare. Some salad, nice and healthy, Gary, good boy. I got chimichurri sauce. How many of you fell for the Diane one? I'm not having mushrooms. I'm not having mushrooms. Mushroom, peas and all the rest of it. Take a look here before I start. I got myself a sparkling water. It's a little bit on the crusty side. I'm not having that. I'm going to start over here. Come hither. Put the peppercorn sauce there. Now, medium rare. Placed on top of some of the chips. So let's pick that up. See, that's the bit I don't like when you're chucking it out 17 minutes later. It's not rested, and then when you chuck it on top of the chips, look at the state of that. Look at the state of you. Griddle marks on it. All there. Is it the nicest looking piece of steak? It's certainly thin in places, but let's see how it is cooked. Come on. Come on. I'm not going to look. I'm going to close my eyes. You look, you tell me. Am I going to be happy?
No.
I am going to be happy. That's great news.
What? I thought he wanted it rare.
I'm not going to be that happy, am I? It is just about-ish. Wind blowing in the right direction. It is starting getting a bit windy. Medium. Medium. I'm going to give you medium.
There at all.
It cuts beautifully. And then a small piece. Melts in your mouth. It doesn't melt in your mouth. Is it packed full of the flavour? No.
Melts in your mouth. It doesn't melt in your mouth. What? What's he saying? Does it or doesn't it, Gary?
I think it's annoying as well. I kind of want to get some vinegar and all the rest of it. I've now got to go all the way back to the bar. Nothing's brought with it.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Monikus just resubbed for 4 months.
It's a bit boring. It's a bit tasteless.
Well, put your sauce on
A bit
top.
of gristle going through the middle there. The bit's obviously going to be super fatty. That side of it is quite tough. If I went to Flatiron, you pay a little bit less. And the quality, I think, is a lot better. And don't forget, that's a poorer cut of meat in Flatiron. Triple cooked chips. Are they Heston's style? Okay. And I mean, okay. Not massively crispy on the outside, but there is a crispness to it. Peppercorn sauce, come on. The staple.
Oh, it's for his chips.
Where are you? Oh yeah, the dribble's at the bottom there. So
Oh,
fill it
that's
up.
stingy, isn't it?
Hang on, I better not go too mad because I
Oh,
won't be
get
able
on
to
with it,
put on the
Gary.
steak.
God, he's terrible.
That rates as one of the poorest peppercorn sauces I've ever had. There is no real peppercorn taste. It's kind of a little bit on the creamy side, but almost flavourless. Not flavoursome. Pea, please, Bob.
God, Gary's such a
They need
bloke my
boiling for a little
age.
bit longer. Frozen peas. Just need that a little bit longer. I'm not impressed, guys.
Just a fucking half tomato. What's going on?
Tomato. Looks juicy.
How good can it be? It's a tomato in a fucking beef eater. Didn't even try the mushroom.
Not great. Onto the rump. I'm going to say ribeye is my favourite because I think it's got more flavour to it. Rump is very, very flavoursome,
right.
but it can be on the chewy side.
Hold on. Peas don't suck. Your camera person's terrible. I bet it's his missus, isn't it? He's not in a park. He's in the the garden area of a beef eater. Peas are. I love a good pea. Gotta be good peas. Oh.
Right. So let's take you off there. The chimichurri, low chimichurri, off there. The mushroom off there. I'll tell you what they taste like, or I won't. I'll get someone else to try them for me very, very soon.
Mushroom.
I'm going to lift this up and over.
That's what I want.
As I said earlier on, it needs just that little bit longer resting. It's just, is it a game changer? Is it the end of the world? No.
I want the
is
blood
it pleasant?
on the
No, I don't think
Am I
it's pleasant.
crazy here? What are you doing,
Rest
Gary?
it.
Right, I'm subbing this guy's comedy.
Now,
What is he doing? Get your chips
That's
in
better.
that. No, it's not.
let's cut in. Let's take a look at both sides. So we've got charring on both sides.
If you have steak frite, go to a French restaurant and get steak frite. The blood and the juices combine with the frite, and then you get the delicious chips almost in a mini gravy created by the steak juices. This lad on, what's he fucking on, eh? Did someone teach him to eat incorrectly as a joke? Dunno, maybe. Right, come on, lads. Let's. Yeah, let's. Come on. I'm getting sacked. He does strike me as a steak well done kind of guy, you're right. Oh, yes! Darnell! Oh. Shut up, Dr. Nick. Don't tell the suits in the boardroom that I like to watch Gary eats. That is loose. That's a lovely bit of play. Give it inside. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. If you had to have your last name, if it's not already, if your last name had to be a fish, which fish would you want it to be? Ted Mackerel, Ted Salmon, Eddie Salmon, Ted Cod, Ted Benito. Trout. Ted Catfish. Old Teddy Catfish. Barracuda. Ted Hammerhead. Oof, that's a bit strong. Pike. Angler. That's not... That is a fish, actually. Anglerfish. Eddie Goldfish. Ted Guppy. Oh, referee! Oh, another late goal. Ugh. Hog sucker. Didn't even know that was a fish. Damn it. Exciting game here. Yeah, it's just shit. Apparently, I haven't played it. I probably won't play it. So, just shit. Problem is shit. Go on, Gary, you idiot.
The griddle they're working on needs cleaning. I've got to say that needs cleaning. It's cut straight through the middle. You see it first again.
Noises. God, he's such a dick.
I'm happy with that one. Have got to say, it is cutting nicely.
Why are you getting a steak and a beef here? I mean, look at the place. I would never order a steak in a place like this. I wouldn't order anything. Melts in the mouth, that. 2 minutes of chewing later.
I've got to go to this. All our steaks come from British and Irish farms, mature for 30 days. They are extra tender and full of flavour. They're not full of flavour, I can guarantee you that. Tender, they're not extra tender. That one's cutting quite nicely, I have got to say that. But again, as it's rump, it is going to be a little bit on the chewy side.
It's just all his little jokes.
And it's down. Get down. Get down. Am I impressed? No. Am I going to choke to death
It's
in
the
this,
noises.
on this video? There's a fair chance that could happen. Just stop. Chimichurri.
Let's try that.
Take a look. It's all going on.
Ah!
Little attention to detail again. You can see the chip.
There is a chip in that jug. He's right, you know.
Sort of evokes to me the money. Have a real spicy kick. That's not there, and it's not. It's just not. It's just not there. Why am I still going to keep going in? It's got to be eaten, I suppose.
That's the British attitude to food. It's got to be eaten, isn't it?
The healthy bit.
That looks shit.
Salad. It does look fresh.
That looks shit, though.
Got a crunch to it. A couple of tomatoes, chopped up cucumber. Daniel would love this. Sweet corn.
Sweet corn?
Some red peppers. No dressing on it. I just think it needs a little bit of help. Needs a little bit of dressing.
No dressing?
What I'm going to do. The beef eater was up there. It was really, really good. This isn't. This is now just, you know, it's a chain in decline. Overrated.
Really, really
Let's look on the
struggling.
positive side. The sun is out. Look at this location. You've got the pub in the background there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I wish the food was beautiful. I wish, cigarette butts there. They have a great time. I've done a job of that.
What else have you got for me, Gary? Now I'm hooked. I reviewed Gordon Ramsay's Christmas dinner. Oh, definitely going to trust him. Reviewing Gordon Ramsay's £19 breakfast, I sent it back.
I know what you're all thinking. Gary, you're not going to Gordon Ramsay again. I am. And I'll tell you why. Because I've had loads of messages from you guys sending me pictures of his breakfast. The other thing is, it's been in the national press, it's been on TV, it's been everywhere. Now, I'm hoping that Gordon has listened, okay, and I hope he's gone in and he's sorted it all out. I'm not holding my breath on this one. I'm definitely not, because in fairness, it's happened at Rick Stein's with his fish and chips. It's happened with Tom Kerridge with his fish and chips. Well, I really hope Gordon has got in and he has sorted it out. So, I hope he's not treating us all like Muppets. As always, this Muppet is gonna give it a go. Come on. One interesting thing, last time I came here, and I completely forgot, I had their lamb Rogan Josh, and I'm gonna tell you, it was dreadful. A bad microwave meal. Now I'm looking on here, he has listened. He's taken it off.
Yeah, I'm sure you were the difference, Gary. We need a win. We need a win quite badly. He's just a bloke, I think. I mean, I certainly don't know what his background is. Gary Eats. Let's find out. He's got a website. About me. You've worked in the leisure sector for 35 years. I don't know what that means. He could have been a pub landlord. I feel like we have a problem with food in Britain, which is that we have improved massively from when I was a kid. When I first moved here in 1984, throughout the 80s and the 90s, getting good food in the UK, going out and getting a good meal was genuinely quite difficult. Curry houses back then were not the modern version of the curry house where there's actually an attempt at cooking authentic food. It was the brightly dyed basic bitch curry with, you know, no real nod to authenticity. Fucking hell. It was bad. Other than that, get some Italian restaurants, but they weren't very good. Occasionally you would. I'm not saying there were no good restaurants. There were some. But the average person couldn't just go out and find a decent restaurant on their high street. It just wasn't there. There were chains like Wimpy still existed. You ever eaten in a Wimpy? It's fucking miserable. It's terrible. It's terrible. Who's having a stinker? Jed? Jed, you fucking suck, bro. I'm delighted with everyone, how it's going. Everyone, you're playing brilliantly. Except for you, Jed. You can get dressed. You gotta go, bud. Here's the big expensive Frenchman. What's he got? A twist and a turn and a lovely ball for DK, who hits the post. Superb. That's exactly what we wanted. Breakaway goal leading to them getting a breakaway and probably scoring a goal. Oh, well in. Here's Armstrong. Half-time sub. Duke's past his man. Not once, not twice, but twice. And now here's DK straight to the keeper. And in fact, he was offside. Disappointing, but a good start to the half from West Brom. Cardiff rocking. Aaron Ramsey exhausted. They've had to sub him off. Joe Rawls, Anwar El Ghazi, Chambers all look tired. But this West Brom team fresh as daisies. Full of beans. Full of energy. Yeah, Little Chef and Happy Eater, Harvester, Beef Eater, Toby Carvery. Like, those were the places, and they're generally, and pubs, the food in pubs was like, you could get food, but in terms of quality, it wasn't good. It was all very, very basic stuff. Maybe they had a lasagna, do you know what I mean? But it was all basically around traditional English stuff. Sausages and mash, roast dinners, fish and chips, gammon and chips. So maybe they'd have a curry on there, but it wouldn't be great. I mean, you had stuff like Pizza Hut and McDonald's and stuff, and those were like the places. But now you can go out and like, there's so many good places. Hello, a delivery for me. It's only 12 days.
Who's that from then?
From Thatcher's. They sent us an advert. I can't believe that.
That's jolly kind.
Isn't that nice?
No one age checking. Just left it on the doorstep. Just saying.
It's 12 bottles.
What, not enough to get drunk? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is it's just one a day. So they're not trying to encourage people to
Will
get
English
out.
share any?
Yeah, you
My
can.
mum's not enough.
Christmas. Some of them I'm not a fan of. They're quite sweet. You might like them.
Hi, Mama. Hello. Back nice and early. I love you.
Can you give them a hug?
Well, you're going to hug me. I know I need to do this morning. Not too much.
Just a little hug.
Because I ran up the stairs.
How about
hi.
that?
Your little friend.
Yeah.
Friend.
Anyway.
How's college? Alright.
Alright. Sorry. So, that was an advent calendar from Thatcher's. I'll post a picture on Instagram later. It's 12 bottles of cider. It can't be 24 because obviously, you know, that would be a huge box. But it's every other day you get a bottle for Christmas. And it'll be like the range of Thatcher's stuff. Isn't that fucking hilarious? That's so good. Oh man, that's so nice of them. We got a good relationship with Thatcher's after that visit we did.
Yep, he's definitely taken off, although he still has some curries on there. Thai red prawn curry, £22. Gordon has listened. Maybe you watched the video. Come on then.
Fuck off, Gary. I hate the decor in this place. I don't mind the seats and the benches and stuff, but I don't like these posters.
If you take a look around here, it's got a fantastic bar as you come in, and then obviously the toilets are downstairs, I think. And then you've got an open plan kitchen in front of me, and I really like that open plan kitchen. It does look very stylish, and you can actually see the chef working away. Now I'm taking a look at this menu. The English breakfast, £19. Now, it comes with a...
That is a disgrace. £19 for a breakfast? Oh, let's call it what it is. 20 quid fry up. A 20 quid fry up. This better be fucking excellent. For a 20 quid fry up, I want 2 high quality sausages, some rashers of really good bacon, a couple of really good hash browns, eggs how I want them, 2. Beans, I would say, my mates hate the beans in a pot. I like beans in a pot because I don't want the beans to ruin everything else. The beans start touching your hash brown, so then you've got soggy hash brown. A nice grilled tomato, and I would like a big glass of juice to go with that and a coffee. That's what I want, and it all has to just be like perfectly done. For 20 quid for a fucking breakfast. These guys should know how to cook breakfast. None of that is complicated to cook. It's about just getting it just right. Good quality ingredients, getting it just right. That's it. It's not. There's no delicate. Ooh, it's very tough to do a. Yeah, maybe a bit of toast on the side. Yeah, 20 quid.
Sausage, bacon, tomato, mushroom, baked beans, and this is the controversial one. According to Mr. Ramsey, hash browns should be on the English breakfast. Choice of eggs, I'm going to go for scrambled and toast. That's £19. Woohoo! I'm taking a look down here as well. I'm going to go for the smashed avocado. That comes with poached eggs on sourdough bread. That's £14. Now here's the interesting one. English.
I like an Eggs Benedict.
Breakfast tea. £4.25. And I'm taking a look here. It is a, tea bag. This must be made with very, 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 very special water. The other thing is, if you wish to add a piece of black pudding in here, it's £5. Yeah. The other thing is so annoying is this music. Now, there's some chaps sitting over there having a business meeting. I can tell you everything they're talking about, quite literally, because they're having to really speak up and shout to each other. There's his phone going and what have you. Because they're having to speak so loudly because the music's so loud. And now it's not busy in here. There's only one gentleman behind me, 2 chaps over there, and me and the cameraman. There's no one else in here. And why would you have the music so loud? That's just bizarre. Okay, so I'll see you when the breakfast
That is
arrives.
loud.
Now, I really hope he's improved this. I really hope he's sort of elevated it and made it a lot better. He certainly knows how to charge. There's
love it if he commented.
my mate Gordon. Let's pour the tea. This must be made with a very, very special water.
Yep,
£4.25.
£4.25 for a cup of tea is a joke.
Okay, see you soon.
That is a joke.
This music's mental. I wouldn't mind if it was good music. Don't even like it.
That tomato's a bit of an apology, isn't it? Scrambled eggs look great. That sausage is one sausage? That's like nothing about that says quality to me.
Avocado, poached eggs, a little bit of bacon on some sourdough. Not sure it's £14 worth. There's my full English over here, but I'm going to come back to that because I want to see how these eggs are cooked. Now, that comes with a couple of bits of toast there as well, but I want to come back to the English breakfast.
Check these poachies.
So let's cut in. Let's see how these eggs are cooked.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Hang on, let's go to the other one here.
Oh dear.
No, I can already tell you. Look at this.
Oh dear, dear, dear.
That's solid. That's really not. That's not good enough. I don't think. I just want you to take a close up there. Look, that poached egg is not poached. That's a hard boiled egg.
Soft boiled. A jammy soft boiled, I'd say.
Yeah, that's not good enough. Okay, what I'm going to do? I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do with that. I'm certainly not eating that. That's they're just totally over. I just can't get over how actually hard them eggs are. That's not good enough. But
that's
then,
not inedible, but I would be very disappointed.
So
I would
it's
say
a lot better than I saw in the pictures. I've got to say that. So you've got 2 hash browns here, a mushroom, a tiny bit of tomato, lots of beans, a sausage.
1 sausage.
Some streaky bacon, 1 to 4 pieces of streaky bacon, and I've got to say, lots of scrambled egg. And as I said, it comes with toast. First impressions, it's a lot better than I saw. Is it £19 worth? I'm not too sure. However, the lady's back now, so I just want to have a quick word with her. Decision made. I actually sent it back. The lady was very apologetic. She said, look, we'll do it again. I said, no, that's absolutely fine. Always get a little bit nervous sending it back to the kitchen because, yeah, you know what I mean. Not saying that would happen. I'm not saying that would happen at all, but yeah, I do get a little bit nervous. So,
you know, that is such a British attitude to food. That sending it back would be such a grave insult that the chef would immediately take his cock out and rub it all over the toast, then spit in the scrambled eggs and reserve it. That's why we don't complain, out of fear of reprisal.
Let's dive in. Let's just take a look. I've asked for some brown sauce and it's come nicely in this pot as well. I'll open that up. Let's dive into the pepper and let's have some pepper on the scrambled.
I like to try them first, to be fair. Gary's just going straight in with a lot of pepper. Give it a taste. Let's see what it tastes like.
Sausage makes the breakfast.
Because if he's like, oh, it's a bit peppery.
Now, I'll take a quick look.
Sausage has got to be good in a fry.
I hope it's better than...
It looks like a bog standard sausage.
It looks. Take a look inside. You can see there's not a lot of herbs in there. It is a tasty sausage. It's certainly not amongst the best I've ever had. Portion-wise, 1 sausage on a £19 breakfast. I don't think that's good enough. Let's have a look at the bacon.
Isn't that a little bit... The food's terrible. Yeah, in such small portions. Like, that's literally that old Woody Allen joke. I agree, Nick. If this was served to Gordon Ramsay, he would not be happy. Fucking hell. Terrible so far. this season has been terrible. I mean, look, if I was in your basic greasy spoon, I'd be putting seasoning on stuff because I'd assume it wasn't seasoned. But this is Gordon Ramsay's £19 breakfast. Give it a taste. Those eggs looked delicious anyway. Just give them a go and then be like, needs a bit of pepper. But don't just immediately botch. Like, the food arrives, you paid 19 quid for it, you're just seasoning it straight away. We're mid-table. We need to be in the playoffs. Oh! Oh. Loriente! Oh. Good one. Fuck off! What the fuck? I'm really looking forward to it. I can't remember what last year's was like. Having seen Gordon's toasted cheese sandwich video, I'll be quite honest with you. I don't think he's as good a chef as Marco Pierre White. Because his scrambled eggs are not as good as Marco Pierre White's. And I don't think he is as obsessed with the technique as Marco Pierre White. I think even though Marco Pierre White is bonkers, I think he's a much better chef than Ramsay. I think Gordon Ramsay is an excellent restaurateur. I don't know whether he's a great chef. I think in terms of what he did for British cooking, the fascination or obsession really with local ingredients and all that kind of stuff, I think was absolutely correct, and he definitely had a transformative effect in that regard. But having seen him cook and his videos of cooking doesn't impress me in the same way that when I watch Marco Pierre White make a pomodoro sauce, I think this man is a god. And he's no Jacques Pepin. Jacques is one of my favorite celebrity chefs. I cook a lot of Jacques Pepin stuff. I save his videos and attempt to replicate his technique. I do his fried egg, the Jacques Pepin egg au miroir. It's the best. My family loves that fried egg. I did his chicken, was it Lyonnaise? Can't remember where. It was beautiful. His techniques are really good. Gordon's like, bush some basil in there, bit of fresh tomato, butter, lovely. Simple ingredients, local. Jacques' like, here's a technique for cooking chicken that will blow your mind. That we're getting sacked. Right. Chuck in that water bottle. Who is this Jack Peepan? Never heard of him. Shocking. Right, we need new tactics. What have we got? I don't think that's going to cut it. Ashdod Magic. If you had a TV show, what would you do for your TV show? Would you do a cooking show? No, I'm not a professional chef. Or would you do a jackass kind of show, shooting squirrels? What a question. Alright, let's see what Gary thinks of this.
Don't go anywhere.
Why is he picking
It's
up
streaky bacon. Well, I managed to cut it in half just by tapping it on the side.
He's wiping his hands on his trousers.
Visit to the dentist after this. The bacon is very hard. It is salty. I'm going to go in again and try and find a piece that I can kind of eat without
it's crispy
breaking
bacon.
my teeth.
It's
That
crispy
piece is
bacon.
a little bit better. It's a little bit better, he says.
It's crispy bacon, isn't it?
Sorry.
Gary, you can't even get the food in your mouth.
The problem I have with them is they are incredibly crispy. And crispy is the word. Yeah, it's okay. Now, take a close
This
in
guy's
on
an
the scrambled
idiot.
egg.
I think he
'cause that
thinks
has got
he knows food, but he
a
doesn't.
very
This has
deep
2 million
yellow
views.
colour. It's not overdone, you can see that. It's moist. Now I've added some pepper to that.
Yeah, a lot of pepper.
I like the creaminess. That is really, really good scrambled egg. I do like that, and in fairness, that is going to save the day because obviously, you know I don't eat mushrooms. Cameraman's going to have that mushroom. But
I mean, how can this guy call himself a food reviewer and he doesn't eat mushrooms? No, he will not eat a mushroom of any kind. What?
that can go on some toast there.
I just don't trust
and
him.
that can make my breakfast, if you like, scrambled eggs on toast. Everything in here, yeah, I'm not blown away in
The
any
crispy bacon was crispy, and he's like, it was crispy.
shape or form. Onto the hash brown, which, according to Gordon, should be on an English breakfast. So take a look there.
Too many hash browns are not crispy. Do you know what the maddest thing about hash browns is, right? So the only hash browns I've ever had that I've really been like, oh God, that's perfect, is a Mackey's hash brown. I don't know what they're doing in McDonald's, but their hash browns are literally my favourite hash browns I've ever had anywhere, any breakfast, any time, any place. There is something about the McDonald's hash browns that to me is just the absolute epitome of a hash brown. Mushrooms are the best part of a fry-up. That's a moronic thing to say.
Yep.
That might be the That's upset
Now,
me.
actually, it's okay. It's crispy on the outside, soft in the middle. It's nice and warm, so absolutely no issues there. The beans, nice amount of tomato sauce in the beans. I think it's a nice portion as well. I'm going to lump them on the plate afterwards. They're okay.
You might be right,
It could do with being a little bit warmer. Got to bear in mind, everything I've had, it's been very warm, but that's not. That's
You have left it on the side for about 10 minutes.
That's quite tepid.
You've literally been farting around for 10 minutes.
Now the huge, great big tomato.
Huge.
Which is there.
That's half a
I'm being
plum tomato,
sarcastic.
isn't it? Oh, he is. All right, yeah. Sorry. Very clever.
It's a juicy morsel of tomato. Could do with being a little bit. Well, it could do. It could do. Come on, it should just be at least a whole tomato cut in half. I'm really sorry about the number of cuts in this, but in fairness to the staff here, they are trying doing everything to try and make things right in regards to the avocado with. Just toast that up. Yeah, I've got to tell you that it's not good, is it? You know, one breakfast is not perfect. The one thing I've got to say, as I said earlier on, they are trying to put it right.
Well, this video is awful, man. Awful. It is terrible. Defoe plays for Five Guys FC? I have to check that out. I mean, I just think, why are we getting food reviews from a guy who has fond memories of Beefeater? He's like, you know, it's a Beefeater, you know? Hey, look, he can be right. All I'm saying is, there's nothing about him that gives me faith in his opinion on food. In general. Like, would I trust him to say, oh, this steak is amazing? He ordered steak at a Beefeater and was disappointed that it wasn't great. If I was at a Beefeater and I ordered the steak, I would understand that it was probably going to be pretty shit. And that there was going to be a mound of food. And the whole idea at these places is that, I mean, if you've ever eaten at a Wetherspoons, the whole point of the food at Wetherspoons is that you get a massive portion for not much money. It's cheap. The booze is cheap. There's plenty of places to sit. And if you want to get some exercise, you can run to the toilet, which is about 3 miles underground. That's what you're getting at a Spoons. You know what you're getting in for. And I've never been to a Wetherspoons and had anything less than exactly what I expected in terms of quality and price. You know what you're getting. It's the McDonald's of pubs, right? This guy, yeah, he sits down, he picks up his steak, the juices have run out of the steak, which is what happens, and then he wipes them up with a cloth, which I think is crazy. Like, I just feel like he should really be just reviewing food in Wetherspoons pubs. I don't think he should be reviewing food in restaurants, because I don't think he knows what he's doing. He won't eat a mushroom. He's like a big baby. And he yap. Just eat it and tell me what you think. I don't need you fucking constant little... Oh, God. Irritating. A hate watch. A real hate watch. Now let's this is what I'm talking about. This is a chef. This is my guy.
Hi, I'm Chef Jacques Pepin, and this is American Master at Home.
At home.
There is nothing as simple and as good as just a fried egg. There is a way of doing it. I mean, my way of doing it, not everyone's way, but mine. So, a tablespoon of butter in there, 2 eggs. Always break the eggs on something flat like this, up to open your egg. Otherwise, when you do it on something pointed like this, it push the shell inside, often break the yolk and introduce bacteria. So something flat this way. Okay. So the idea here is to do it at relatively low temperature, which is not exactly what you do in a cafeteria, because cooking it at low temperature will give you an egg with very tender egg white. And that was the idea when I was a kid. You were taught how to do it, so it was very tender, the white, no crustiness around, and cooking slowly this way. So it's very tender. So just melt the butter, and a couple of eggs will go in there. A dash of salt on top of it. The rest of the seasoning will come later. And here, now I'm going to reduce the heat to very low.
Now watch this.
And I want to cover it. I want to glaze the top of the egg. What we call off miroir, a mirror, you know, a glass on top. Sometimes to help a little bit on that, what I do, I put like a teaspoon of water around. Not much, but that, with the lid on tip, that creates a steam, a little bit of steam, and it will glaze the top. And that will take about 2 minutes. It's about ready, of course. I like my eggs, you know, runny in the center. Of course, you can leave them longer if you don't want to have them ready. But as you can see here, the whole top is glazed. Now, and it cooked very gently. The rest of the seasoning will
He's going to put
this way.
some chives. I
And
guarantee you
that
there'll
will
be
go
chives.
into my plate. This way.
And you've got that delicious buttery sauce
I like to
as
put
well.
cracked pepper on top here.
And some chives.
Again, question of taste, maybe a few chives too. And here is the way I like my eggs. So you can see here that that thing is still very runny. This is steak, but that egg white here is going to be very, very tender.
It's so tender.
And soft.
It's so good.
And the center here
Look at that.
will be this way. Just the way I like it. It's my way of doing it. Try that one.
It's the best. It is the best. This is.
If I had to judge.
This is my goal. The day I can do the Jacques Pepin omelette, I will feel I have ascended to a point where I can cook pretty much anything. Because this is insane.
How good technically a chef is,
I've showed this a
probably would
million
ask him
times.
to do an omelette. It is difficult to make a real good omelette, and there is different type of omelette. I'm going to show you 2 types of omelette. A kind of country French omelette, which is basically the way we do it in America, and then a classic French omelette. One is not better than the other. It's just a different technique, a different taste, a different look that you have in it. In the first one, I'm doing an omelette with 4 eggs here. In the first one, salt, dash of pepper. All I'm going to do is to stir it well first and cook it so that I have fairly large curd of egg and slightly brown all around, which is the look and the taste that we want to do country-like. A little piece of butter in there. And I have here a beautiful pan, because that pan doesn't have any corner. You see, it has a beautiful sway. It's a non-stick pan, so it's ideal. It's an omelette pan, actually.
Ideal.
Now, notice that my eggs, to start with, I have no pieces of egg white hanging. So it's not like you just stir the eggs back and forth. You have to go from one hand to the other to really break it so that you don't have any long piece of egg white. Otherwise, you have those becoming white in the plate, in the skillet as it cooked. So what we do here, in the country omelette, let it brown a little bit. See the eggs, the butter here will be brown a little bit, which in the classic omelette I don't want to brown. So clean up your pan good. And here you don't have to worry too much. You move it occasionally to take the large curd like this, and those large curd replace them by liquid. This will be totally different in the classic French omelette, where I move the mixture very, very fast, as fast as I can, to have the smallest possible curd. No browning at all, because the browning will toughen the albumin. I want something very tender and very soft in a classic French omelette. In the country style is different. Now, how long do you cook it? It's entirely up to you. You can have it slightly wet in the center. I like it a bit wet. I would say that here my omelette is still a little bit wet here, which is the way I like it personally. I would probably brown it just a minute or so, then kind of fold it in half like this. I would, at that point, maybe put a little piece of extra butter, if I want, in the bottom here to brown the bottom of my omelette. And now I'm ready to...
The way he speaks, the intonation and the words that he puts the emphasis on is the maddest bit. To brown the outside of the omelette. Like, it's just... There's no... You can't predict where he's going to go.
Invert the omelette. This way here, you change hand, you grab the handle this way, you bang it a little bit to make it slide to the end, and you turn it upside down. You have a nice, beautifully brown omelette. This is a country omelette, but you can see fairly large curd and all this. One way of doing it.
Looks great.
Now for the classic French omelette.
Someone was at my house. We woke up the next day, you know, we'd been partying at my gaff. I was like, who wants breakfast? Well, I'll have an omelette. That's what I would give them, right? That's an omelette. This is the next step, all right? I don't know if you guys are ready for this, if you haven't seen it. This is my goal. One day.
Technique is different. First, clean up your plate, your skillet rather. Put it there. I have a great amount of heat on that pan, and this is what I want for an omelette. And as you see, it is a gas stove, and of course the gas is going to be much better than electric because you want to have the flame to go around, and a good stove should give you a great amount of heat for an omelette, as well as a very low setting if you want to simmer something. So there again I have 4 eggs. In that omelette this time I put a little bit of chive. Actually a classic omelette fines herbes, fine herbs omelette in France. You have chive, parsley, tarragon and chervil, which is a classic omelette, but this one just a chive omelette. So you can see here that my pan is hot, but I don't want it as hot as the other one. So again, we put it in there, and now, contrary to what I did before, just letting the eggs get into large curd, here with the bowl of the fork, I want to bring this around and stir it as fast as I can. Smallest possible curd, and at the end of it, about at the end of it, like now, I want to bring all of the mixture I bring on this side. As you can see, basically everything is there. That is, instead of having one layer, which I roll like a carpet, everything is there. Run my knife around, bring back the lip, and you can see here, I want to have a nice half moon shape. Run this behind to bring back that lip. Hit it there, which, as you can see, bring it up. Then push it down. You want a nice corner. And you don't even want to brown it further. This is the time between the lip now that you would want to stuff it, if you have some type of stuffing. We change hand again. Bring that this way. Next, bang it to have it to the edge of the pan. Then invert it to have an omelette, a classic omelette, which should be white like this, or pale yellow. Just pointed at the end, like this, smooth, without any pleat. This is what a classic French omelette is. And as you can see, quite different than that. And as I said before, one is not really necessarily better than the other. It's a different technique and a different taste. The curds are going to be much harder here. And if I cut this one open to show it to you, then you will see that the center of that omelette is very creamy and very soft and very nice, which is the way the classic omelette should be.
Oh, you devil, Jacques. You devil. One day. One day. Raw? It's egg. How much do you think you have to cook egg? I don't know if you're Americans are very worried about raw stuff, because I wouldn't fucking eat any of the food that comes out of America, let alone raw. You guys have to like wash your chicken and fucking refrigerate your eggs and all that shit. I've tried 3 times, and every time I cannot get the I just can't get it. It's just so hard. The thing is with a lot of his recipes, certainly that you can find online, is it's about practice and technique, right? It's not a recipe that you can just follow, where it's like, cook this at this temperature for this long with this. Then take it out, do this to it, put it back in. It's more like, now, keep it moving and on a pretty low heat for an omelette. It's like, oh shit, so how much movement? How low a heat? How low? This low? That, the little higher? And if you get that wrong, you haven't got time to do what he does to make it perfect. It's already browned and gone. It's very hard. So, like, the egg œuf miroir that he did, the fried egg, if you get that wrong, it's super easy to overcook it. Because when you're frying eggs normally at a decent temperature, even if you do over easy or whatever, you can just... The only thing you're really focused on is to don't break the yolk. But when you cook his eggs, you can't tell when the yolk is overcooked or not, because it glazes over. And it's a much better egg for me, but it's genuinely difficult. And it's easy to overcook. The chicken that he recommended, if you don't do it right, so there's this chicken that he does, I think it's chicken lyonnaise, and you take chicken thighs that have got the skin on, you cook them skin side down in a frying pan. Okay, you have it on quite a good heat, and what you get is the fat in the skin renders out and forms this crystalline orange sort of matrix at the bottom of the pan that when you add wine and vinegar to it, it liquefies again into this ridiculously tasty sauce to go on top of the chicken. And what you do is you cook the chicken skin side down in a frying pan or a skillet like he's using, and you get it at a decent temperature till the fat starts to run out of the chicken. You don't put any fat in the bottom of the pan. And then you turn the heat relatively low and you cover it. And the steam coming out of the chicken as it cooks, just the water in the chicken, essentially steams the chicken. It's the same as the œuf miroir, the same theory, where the steam and the water in the pan cooks the top of it. And then when you take it out, the skin is so unbelievably crispy. And then the juice that you get from the fat that's all crystallized at the bottom, once that liquefies with the vinegar and the wine, and some chives, of course, and olives, if you dice up some olives and a few other things to chuck in there, it makes this incredible flavoring that is just... It's just magic. And the first time I cooked it, I just happened to get lucky and did it perfectly. The second time I did it, didn't work. I just fucked it up. There was some stage I fucked up. Because the online recipe is all I can find. It's not as clear. If you've ever cooked anything in like the New York Times or the Guardian, I cook stuff in the New York Times. Every week I'll cook stuff on the New York Times cooking website, which for me is absolutely fantastic. But it's very clear instructions. They've even added a button you can click that switches between metric and American units. So it'll tell you 900 mils instead of 3 cups, shit like that. They still refer to everything the wrong way, like fucking spring onions are called scallions and cilantro is a thing that they, whatever. But those recipes are easy. Sometimes it's just a lot of preparation, a lot of cooking time, a lot of fanning about, a lot of steps. But it's not, in terms of technique, none of it's complicated. His stuff is technique-based, very complicated, very simple ingredients and simple ideas, but the technique of that omelette. I mean, what's in that omelette? Eggs, butter, chives, salt. That's it. And you could leave out the chives. So essentially, eggs and butter is what you need to make that. But it's like, just try it. It's really hard. really hard. A win, finally. Change of tactics. Change of tactics. So I streamed the other day, by the way. I wanted to tell you guys something. Let me show you this. How do you stop LinkedIn emailing you so much shit? LinkedIn has emailed me in the last month about 30 emails. It's every day. Wow. Where is it? Is it under promotions? Oh yeah. So my stream from yesterday afternoon. What did I play yesterday? Was that Dispatch? Did I play Dispatch yesterday? Yes, I love LinkedIn Lunatics. LinkedIn is crazy. So I can't remember what I streamed. Maybe it was City Skylines. Yeah, it might have been Skylines actually. Yeah, maybe. It was called A Relaxing Monday, so yes, I think it was Skylines. It's only 3 hours long. 3 hours long. The most viewers I had concurrently was 398. The average was 275. Only 87 people actually spoke, but I had 1,684 unique viewers for an average of 275 that actually stuck around. So for a 3 hour stream, that is a decent number of viewers for me, but they were only here for a little bit. Like, they weren't here long enough for the max viewers to ever break like 500. I'm just wondering what it is that I would need to do to have someone stop by the stream and stay. And I'm assuming that this is a game. When we were doing Gordo, that was good because it was people were basically tuning in to watch Gordon Ramsay. But most people, when they tune in, if I'm doing Dota, people will stop by to watch a game and they'll see that game out and then they won't stick around for the second game. Or they'll turn up and if it's like if we're just about to start a game, people will stay for that game and then often dip after that game. But when I'm doing like City Skylines or something, which is clearly a stream where I'm just going to be sitting there and playing it for like several hours, I just feel like is it lack of chat interaction? I feel like when I'm playing something other than Dota, I talk to chat. Maybe I even gab too much when it comes to non-Dota games. Like I'll go off on tangents and watching videos like Jeff Eats or whatever, Gary Eats or whatever his fucking idiot name is. I'm just not sure. Maybe it's lack of consistency. I just feel like numbers are down for Twitch for everybody all over. Not just subs, but viewer numbers as well. I also know that the big streamers hoover up so many of the Twitch viewers in general that you're just kind of like, it's just pretty niche. Also, I think in terms of new viewers coming in, it's very rare that someone would turn up and be like, oh, who's this guy? And then stick around. They're more likely to think, who is this guy? And then leave. Like, the Dota crowd, I don't feel that I get new Dota fans. I feel like you either know me from Dota because you're old school, or you have no fucking idea. Because I still see that comments. Who is this guy? I'm like, damn, I thought I was like at least a little tiny part of Dota history in terms of broadcasting and stuff. I've been around since fucking 2012 doing Dota stuff. It's just, I don't know, I kind of felt like the Yogscast, I don't do enough stuff with the Yogs, and I'm not really liked by the wider Yogs audience. I don't do any of this, like, it's basically the Triforce podcast and Dotes. And I think a lot of people from the audiences, from both those audiences, Yogs audiences and Dota audiences, would rather watch someone else involved in both of those scenes. So I'd say I'm right at the bottom of both of those scenes. I'm just wondering, how can I get new viewers in? I think it has to be YouTube. You need an angle. You can't just sit and play FM all day. Because anyone can do that. You need an angle. Look at Spiff. If Spiff just did Let's Plays, he'd be competing with the thousands of other people that just do Let's Plays, right? But what he does is Let's Breaks. Well, his whole thing is, let's break this game that you know and that you've played and enjoy. And if you like those games, you're going to watch them. And if you've never heard of that game but you like Spiff, you're going to watch him. So I feel like he's got a great angle because there's no one else that does quite what he does. Other angles are being really good at games. Obviously, we can't cover that one. So I think certainly coming up with stupid playthroughs. Like, one I thought was, would it be possible to win a game of Dota without killing a single enemy hero? Is that possible? So the dual stream with YouTube and stuff like that, what's the deal with subs? If I stream on YouTube and on Twitch, why wouldn't you just watch it on YouTube? No one kills anyone. I mean, the only way to achieve it that I can see would be that you just build a team around split pushing. And all you do is push. And they can never take buildings because they never get creeps. And because you never fight them, they never kill you. Like, you just dodge. You just try and win by taking buildings and creeps. You never kill enemy heroes. Would that be possible? I was thinking of trying to do, if I ever did a Tarkov again, try and, unless the quest specifically called for it, don't kill any other players. Not even scavs. Or that a good Tarkov one, I think, would be that anytime I killed either a player or a scav, I had to drop the gun I had and all its ammo, swap it with the dead body for whatever they had. And then if I survive the raid, that's the gun I have to take in for the next raid. That would be fun. Yeah, maybe YouTube. I could try YouTube streaming. You can do that, right? Like, you can... Yeah, Arc Raiders was like... I was talking to Shane about it, because Shane and I played it a little bit together. It's like Shane said he killed the big mama robot thing in the middle. And once he'd done that, he was like, okay. There isn't really much else to it. Like the maps, look, hey, character design, the UI is great for that game, although I mean, in terms of it looks really nice. In terms of its functionality, I found navigating quite annoying at times. Like, it was clearly console friendly, right? Like, there was no drop-down menu. I felt that I could just go to this, go to here. Yeah, it was a lot of back, forward. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could tell it was set up for bumper navigation. But it was good. I mean, the look and feel of it, the artwork, the world creation, the way the guns looked really... The early guns were really crappy, and when he loads them, he's sort of really punching it to try to get the mag in. Loved that. Loved the robots, loved the world, loved the setup. Problems were... first of all, for some reason, everybody was like this Care Bear mentality going in. Everybody was like, friendly? It's like, what the fuck is happening? So it lacked that edge that Tarkov had. I also felt like a lot of the time in combat, the whole getting knocked down, crawling under cover, being revived, healing yourself back up to full, meant that killing people was actually quite difficult. Which made for some fun engagements, for sure. But it did also lack that cool moment in Tarkov where you fucking just light a bunch of lads up and, you know. And also the variety of loot was obviously, it's a brand new game. The variety of loot that you can get and guns and stuff. They had loads of different grenades. That was cool. But all the guns were kind of meh. And a lot of the time, the stuff that you find is just kind of meh. Like, you go into the high value area and you get some purple thing to upgrade your base. But then you upgrade your base, you're like, well, I'm just creating stuff that is kind of fundamentally mid. It's just okay. It's just fine. I didn't think there was enough to it. It didn't grab me the way that Tarkov did, where I was like, holy shit, this is insane. Yeah, it's fine. It was fine. I mean, it was great. But for someone who plays games for as many hours a day as I do, it didn't have enough to make me want to just fucking go ham on that and play it for like hours and hours. Oh, I also found it very funny watching reactions of people to some very mild desync by by Tarkov standards, right? Like, they duck behind cover and then get hit and be like, God damn it, yeah, this is insane. I'm like, dude, do you know what we've been dealing with in Tarkov for like 8 years? Do you have any idea? Like, there's no cheaters in that game. Or at least very few from what I could see. Mainly because I don't even think it's really worth cheating. I did think the robots were cool. I do think that there's a few too many flying robots and not enough ground-based robots that are like a threat. Like, they could be annoying, but it wasn't often that I felt when I was indoors that there were any robots that were actually going to be a problem. The Rocketeer outdoors, very annoying. Getting pinged by the little shitty one that follows you around, very annoying, right? Something that's, you know, you got to get out of cover, you might be in the open. Really cool. Like that design. Love the fact that you'd be sneaking about, don't aggro them, you know. But then the Leaper was just dog shit. I think the least effective. Looked awesome, thought it was going to be cool, but he just kind of freaked out a lot. He didn't really seem to ever be a threat, you know what I mean? Scrolls? Did that game just completely flop? I never played it. I mean, talk about a tough second game. You make Minecraft, you need to make another game? Whew. Oh. I think what they could have had was some robot ground forces that were kind of like the robots in the fucking prequel trilogy. Like real stupid basic robots, but they would shoot at you. And they would like come in a little squad. Because that would kind of give you a utility for a lot of the grenades that you don't really have much use for. And they could like, you could have a good shootout, you know? That's our captain. That's our captain giving them the ball with a minute on the clock. What's the plan there, Skipper? Go on, Frabs. Oh, you tit! Why didn't you just hit it? Why'd you do a fucking lame, stupid, back heel wank? Gah. Look how tiny he is compared to me. What was Scrolls? Was it like a card battler thing? Lads even called See Me Scrolling. That's how committed he was. Didn't work out. Not seen this screen before. Alright. These are the teams at the bottom we're struggling against. This is bad. Alright. Well, I'll be back later on this evening. Probably with this or some dotes or something. Hope you can join me then. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.